order to satisfy an element of the offense.
Well, the motion just requires you approach, so.
Okay, well,
If you,
in opening statement, I'm actually going to be making a remark.
then don't, until we get to the point in the evidence where I decide if it's admissible or not.
Well, I'm going to be alluding to the fact that there was an investigation that's how Ranger Freeman first became part of this case. And it was an investigation that was broader than Rodriguez Park.
Your Honor, we don't have any problem with the state going into, there was an investigation regarding events at Rodriguez Park. Our motion in limine is very much concerned with every other matter, an allegation concerning Ms. Vela, and the state's 404B is very extensive here. We don't want this case tried by prejudice, and so I understand the state needs to talk about how there was an ongoing investigation, and subject to the motion in limine I'm going to make in just a moment, we believe that's generally okay.
Can I just refer to it that he was looking into several incidents?
No. No.
I have to demonstrate.
You are confined to this indictment.
And as you can see on that indictment, it talks about an ongoing criminal investigation.
So you can say that.
Also, just to be clear, you're saying anything with Rodriguez Park and related to that because other offenses arose out of that. So that's okay.
No, I'm not.
Your Honor, if I could respond to that.
No, just one attorney per side.
So to be clear, what I'm talking about is motive. The reason why these documents were not turned over to us, and our theory of the case is that when we discovered the documents had the names of officers who worked at the park, they were in violation of law, and she was in violation of the law when she assigned those officers to work at the park. And those are called conducting a security company without a license. I don't have that exact code violation.
The occupations code.
But it is a criminal offense, and therefore that goes directly related to Rodriguez Park.
Right, so you can keep it related to Rodriguez Park. Everything you just described to me sounds contextual to that
Yes.
investigation, but I'm not going to make a ruling on that right now.
Well, but
When you're there in the evidence, approach, and we'll decide if it's admissible or not.
but I plan on talking about it in my opening statement.
So make the modifications to your opening statement so that you don't violate the motion in limine. That's what I'm saying.
But my opening statement is supposed to be about what the evidence will show.
Yes. Not specifically. You don't have to specifically tell them what the evidence will show. It's to give them an overview of what the evidence is going to show. But before we get to that, well, I guess it's related to this extraneous conduct motion in limine. I plan on granting this motion, ask that you approach if you intend to go into that area in the evidence. So state, adjust your opening accordingly. What else?
Your Honor, we would also seek an order in limine instructing the prosecution and its witnesses from making any reference to matters which were communicated to the grand jury, and would ask that they be required to approach and a hearing be held outside of the presence of the jury to determine whether those matters are admissible. And our basis for that are the grand jury secrecy provisions of the Code of Criminal Procedure. I'm tendering to counsel in court the version of that secrecy law that was in place at the time of these events. It contains no exception for prosecutions for tampering with evidence. It simply and clearly states that those matters are secret. And so we don't believe it's admissible, but if this will object at the proper time, at this point we're asking for an order in limine.
Well, grand jury items are secret until you file an indictment. And then those items are no longer secret. Otherwise, would have no evidence in the case.
Respectfully, that's misstating the law. There's no provision that says, well, once you indict the person, then everything comes in. And I'll tell you my basis for bringing this. I used to do white-collar prosecutions with Dawn years back, and we would, of course, seek a whole bunch of bank records and other such records through the grand jury summons and subpoena process. Now, I went to a CLE on white-collar crime, and I was talking to some Harris County prosecutors about how we get these records, what if you don't get the right records, the procedures and all this. And then one of them remarked, well, yeah, and then once you get the indictment, you got to get a trial subpoena for it all over again. And it had never occurred to me, because the way in Bexar County we do things is we just get the grand jury summons, and then we just assume that stuff comes in. But it's not. It's still secret. Those are matters communicated to the grand jury, just as any testimony does not become public just because the case has then been indicted. Now, when I raised that issue with my superiors, I was told to stop making waves, wait till somebody objects, and we're objecting now.
All of that doesn't really matter to me. What matters to me is the Code of Criminal Procedure, which does say that the proceedings themselves are secret. And until we get that there in the evidence, the motion is granted. The oral motion in limine with regards to any proceedings that occurred during the meeting of the grand jury in this case, that's granted.
Well, and I'd also like to point out in the indictment that that's a specific element.
It is. So you can generally state a grand jury proceeding was in effect at that time. And again, the details is not what is not required for you to give them an overview of what the evidence is going to show.
So you're just referencing my opening statement.
Yes. Anything else? I'm bringing the jury in.
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Freeman.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. Welcome back. Thank you all so much for yesterday. I know we worked late into the evening to get you seated and sworn, and then you spent extra time in the back going over housekeeping. So thank you all for that. Wherever I can trim some time off at the end of the day to release you guys early, I promise I'll look for those opportunities to release you earlier. So I'm going to remind you of the rule that I talked to you about yesterday, which all the conduct that is prohibited, you are prohibited from investigating anything about this case or watching the media or reading about it, commenting on it. So that's just a reminder that is in effect until I receive a verdict from you at the end of this case. So what you can expect today, both sides, well, first we're going to read the indictment to you. You saw it yesterday, but we're going to read it. Then Ms. Barrientes Vela will enter her plea, and then both sides will have an opportunity to give you an opening statement that is simply an overview of what the evidence they intend to bring to you. And then we're going to start with witnesses, okay? We'll break for lunch closer to 12:30 or 12:45. So did everybody pack a lunch like I told you? All righty. Thank you. All right. State, if you could please read the indictment.
Thank you.
Ms. Bella, if you could please stand. And please stop after each count.
Thank you.
So I can receive a plea.
Thank you. True bill of indictment. In the name and by authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such at the May term AD 2021 of the 290th Judicial District Court of said county, in said court, at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and interior to the presentment of this indictment. Count 1. Tampering with or fabricating evidence. On or about the 26th day of June 2019, Michelle Barrientes Vela, hereinafter referred to as defendant, knowing that an investigation or official proceeding was pending or in progress, namely a Bexar County grand jury criminal investigation involving Bexar County Precinct 2, intentionally or knowingly altered or concealed a record or document, namely Rodriguez Park handwritten cash logs, with intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation or official proceeding.
To count one, Ms. Barrientes Vela, what is your plea, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Count 2, tampering with or fabricating evidence. On or about the 26th day of June 2019, Michelle Barrientes Vela, hereinafter referred to as defendant, knowing that an investigation or official proceeding was pending or in progress, namely a Bexar County grand jury criminal investigation involving Bexar County Precinct 2, intentionally or knowingly made or used a record or document, namely Rodriguez Park handwritten cash logs, with knowledge of its falsity and with intent to affect the course or outcome of the investigation or official proceeding.
To count 2, Ms. Barrientes Vela, what is your plea, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat.
Against the peace and dignity of the state, signed foreman of the grand jury.
Thank you, State.
Thank you, Judge.
State, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do, thank
You may proceed.
Good morning. Morning. This is a case about public corruption. This is a case about a cover-up of an official criminal investigation. Sergeant Brad Freeman is a Texas Ranger. He's assigned to a task force with the FBI investigating public corruption. On May in 2019, he received a referral from our office to look into this matter. The matter involved investigating the Bexar County Precinct 2 and the Bexar County Precinct 2 Constable. Now, Ranger Freeman agreed there was sufficient evidence to support the initial criminal investigation, and he proceeded. I'm a prosecutor with the Bexar County District Attorney's Office, and as an assistant criminal district attorney, I belong to the Public Integrity Division. One of the things we do as prosecutors in that division is we work closely with investigations, and we proceed all the way through the disposition. You are going to hear evidence that involves me being involved in this investigation because that is my job. One of the tools that we use in order to gather investigative evidence is called a grand jury subpoena. It's also called a summons, and those words are used interchangeably. It's a document that has authority to give a person or an entity direction in producing records or documents or evidence. It doesn't even have to be a paper product. And it's a collection of this evidence in order to further the investigation. Oftentimes, it leads to nothing. It actually will exonerate a person, and then they are not further investigated, and there's no offense filed. The grand jury subpoena is actually served on what we call the custodian of the records. We request in writing, in the document, what we're looking for, and that we'd like them to produce it. It's generally over a certain period of time. The grand jury subpoenas are actually served by the case investigator, in this case, Ranger Freeman, and also because my office is involved at the investigatory stage, my investigator assisted and signed those and served those grand jury subpoenas. Now, the custodian, that's just a person that works at the place, that the person in charge says, you know what, you're going to be the custodian of these records, and you're going to sign a business records affidavit stating and acknowledging that these are records that are held in the business. The business doesn't have to be necessarily just business. It can be a government office. We quite frequently subpoena government offices, and we obtain government records in order to fulfill our need to see what has happened in an investigation. In this particular case, Ranger Freeman wrote up a lot of grand jury subpoenas. He served them on several businesses, but he also served them on the Bexar County Precinct 2 Constable, Michelle Vela. And he was asking for government records, records that were held for the purpose of the function and business and day-to-day activity of Precinct 2. These were government records. We were not asking for her personal records. We did not ask for anything from her home. Now, she can designate somebody to be a custodian apart from herself. That happens all the time because you're talking about some businesses and government entities that are enormous, so other people can actually be the affiant on a custodian business records affidavit. This particular set of grand jury subpoenas were about an incident that occurred on Easter Sunday, April 21st, 2019, at Rodriguez Park. Rodriguez Park is a park that is located in Precinct 2 in Bexar County, Texas. It involved one of the park guests and a particular pavilion that he had rented. Now, the public talks about, they come in and they make reservations. We call them clients. You're going to hear interchangeable words for how we refer to the public that actually does rent these places. But from the park's perspective, they call them clients. And when a client wants to reserve something at the park, they go onto the Bexar County reservation system and they make a reservation for, in this case, Rodriguez Park. Pavilion 1, Pavilion 2, Kitchen 1, Kitchen 2. Those are the only 4 things that are required to have a reservation at Rodriguez Park. And they have to pay a fee in order to obtain that reservation. Now, there are other things in Rodriguez Park. There are picnic tables, there are tennis courts, there are playgrounds. Those things do not require a reservation, nor do they require a fee. So the way it works is, when you make a reservation with Bexar County Parks, it creates a log in their system, and you'll see that log. And that log goes over the course of time, and it shows all of the reservations for that park. It shows what that person did when they went online and how many people they thought would be guests in attendance. The fee doesn't change just because there might be 50 people or 200 people. If they rent Pavilion 1, it's just Pavilion 1. However, the system will reflect how many people they anticipate being a guest. They can go in as soon as a year earlier and make those reservations, and that is quite frequently done because, especially when it comes to Easter Sunday, people want that same pavilion every year, and they know right after Easter Sunday they got to jump on that reservation system and reserve it for the next year. So when they're trying to think about a year out how many guests they're going to have, they're just going to guess how many guests they're going to have. The number of guests that they put in there are just for the purposes of knowing how many people are going to show up. It's really not for any other purpose. Now, when they go on this reservation system and they go into this log, the Bexar County Parks will download a week's worth or 2 weeks' worth, and they have a person who worked there who would email them to the precinct clerk. So now you're talking about 2 different entities. You're talking about Bexar County Park System, and now you're going to talk about the precinct. And there's a precinct clerk who is receiving those reservations. And there's a reason why she needed to know. The precinct has to provide security for the park. They get first option to be hired to cover those pavilions when security is needed. Security isn't always needed, so let me tell you when it's needed. The number of guests in attendance dictates the number of security officers that are going to be assigned that particular day. So, for instance, Pavilion 1 is going to have 40 guests. They wouldn't need security because they haven't quite reached the guest threshold. So if you have 50 to 149 guests, you need 1 security officer. If you have 150 to 249 guests, you need 2 officers, and so on. If it's under 50 guests, the only time you're going to need a security officer is if you're going to drink alcohol. It's perfectly fine to have alcohol. You can drink alcohol throughout the whole park. In fact, in the passive areas that I described before that you don't rent, the picnic tables and things like that, people drink there all the time. They don't need security. So, how do you get a security officer when you are going to have more than 50 people or you're going to have alcohol? Well, there's a system in place. And Bexar County Parks directs the guest. You'll need to go talk to the precinct about arranging for security. So the security officers for the rented pavilions and kitchens are provided by Precinct 2, and it's considered part-time work, side jobs. It's not their official duties of what they do Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 or 8 to 5. That has nothing to do with their official duties. This is part-time work. This money does not come from their paycheck. It does not flow through the county. At least it didn't at this time. So when any of the law enforcement officers that were assigned to work, including the constable herself, worked, they were not paid by the county. In fact, they were paid by the people who rented the pavilions and the kitchens. So prior to this constable coming into office, and she came into office January 1st of 2017, there was a procedure in place for how you would arrange for security officers. And no money was collected at the precinct. Basically, a list was provided of their full-time officers, and the guest or the client could select an officer. The phone numbers were provided, and they would get directly in contact with the officer, and they would come and work the event, and then at the end of the event, the client would pay the individual security officer who worked. It was a direct relationship between the client and the person who's the security officer working for them. After Constable Vela was no longer in office, on October 9th of 2019, a new constable came in, and she had to change the procedures that Constable Vela had put into place and switch them back. So let's talk about the process that changed. So when Michelle Barrientes came into the constable's office, she decided she wanted to take control of who would work and how it would work. So the new procedures required the clients to come in person to the precinct, fill out a form called a security agreement, and then they were required to bring the money for that security officer, whatever it might be, if it's one officer, two officer, and how many hours for an hourly rate. They had to bring in an exact change in cash. At the time, the hourly rate was $30. Actually, it previously had been $30. She raised it to $40 an hour, and then subsequently raised it to $50 an hour. So when the client came into the precinct, the clerk would accept their money, making sure that it covered the hours and the officers that were being assigned there, and hand a receipt. You know those little receipt books that have the yellow carbon copy behind it? So they would get the white copy, and the clerk kept the book. Also, they would get a copy of the security agreement, and the clerk would keep a copy. And then she would take that security agreement, and she'd take the cash, and she would put it together and put it in an envelope. And she would put some markings on the outside saying which event it was. And then she would place it in a cash box, a lock box. And at a designated time during the week, after all of the reservations were collected, she would, in person, hand those directly to Constable Vela. The clerk did not keep a copy of the security agreement. All she had left was that receipt book. Then the constable would take the security agreements, and in some of the margins, she would assign who was going to work. Not all officers wanted to do these side jobs. Some of them had their own work that they had arranged for themselves. Now, the constable actually worked a lot of these events, as well as her Chief Deputy, Anthony Castillo. They worked quite frequently. Constable Vela would decide, based on the people who wanted to work those side jobs, she would assign both full-time deputy constables and reserve deputy constables to work security at the park. Now, a full-time deputy constable is somebody who is a full-time employee, county employee. Just like any job you have, they are a full-time person with the full benefits. A reserve officer is a little different. So reserve officers are not county employees. They're licensed peace officers, but they work for a law enforcement agency without pay so that they can actively use their license. Peace officers can't just go out there and say, hey, I have a license to be a peace officer, and so I'm going to be a cop, and I'm going to do what I need to do. you need to work for a law enforcement agency. That makes sense. So, what reserves do is they make agreements with law enforcement agencies and they go work for them as a reserve. And in exchange, that agency carries their license, carries their commission, allowing them to work. And they have to work so many hours, and they make an agreement, maybe 24 hours a month, maybe 40 hours a month. It varies. It's between the law enforcement agency person who's in charge and the reserve who works for them. What this enables a reserve to do is things that you see every day and probably don't even know it. You see those emergency vehicle lights on vehicles on the side of construction on the highway every day. Well, most likely there is a reserve or a full-time officer working a part-time job in those vehicles. And these reserves, however, unlike a full-time officer, is limited in what they can and cannot do with their reserve commission. They can only work traffic. So that's where you're going to see them. They're going to be working traffic. On June the 11th, 2019, Ranger Freeman went to Precinct 2. He signed in the visitor log, he put his phone number, and he served Constable Vela with grand jury subpoenas. Now, those grand jury subpoenas were signed by me. My signature authorizes the collection of this evidence utilizing this investigatory tool. And it orders whomever it is that we're asking to turn over records, they must do so, and they must do so by a certain time. And they can give the documents directly to the investigator, or they can show up at the grand jury. Either one. Now, the main clerk, who was working all of the Rodriguez Park stuff, she sat right by the window that the client would come to pay, was Susan Tristan. Now, to assist herself in her job, she created documents like calendars, and she listed from the Rodriguez, from the Bexar County reservation system. She would go through the list and she would see, okay, this client's got 60 people, I need to contact them and let them know that they're going to need at least one officer. So she would reach out to them. She had all these forms and things that she made. They're all color-coded, and she reminded herself who she reached out to, who hadn't been reached yet because maybe they didn't pick up the phone. And then she would continue to do so until she confirmed contact with them so that she could tell them the process and tell them to come in and do these security forms and bring their money. And she would tell them exactly how much money to bring because, again, they needed to bring an exact amount of money in cash. She did not keep any copies of these security agreements. As I mentioned before, she placed them in the envelope and they went to the constable. So as she goes through the reservation system and she makes arrangements for all of these people to come in and pay, she gives the receipts and are logged into this book. That is the one way that she memorialized what she did in the cash acceptance process. The auditor's office told her she really needed to do another log demonstrating who she gave the money to. So she created an Excel spreadsheet for herself, listing all of the invoices and the receipts, some of the information about the events and the people that were the clients, how much money was accepted, and then the fact that she gave them to Constable Vela. The very last column said Constable Vela, or Constable. Now these cash logs, there were cash logs that existed when the officers would work the event, and they would come in after having completed the event. They would come back to work, and they needed to be paid by the constable because she's the one holding the cash in the envelope for the event. And they would sign this handwritten log, and you'll be able to see their signature on it, and it had some information relating to the event, the date, the amount, and they would sign, and then they would be paid. Most of those are a combination of either typewritten numbers or handwritten. And this was to just track the fact that somebody has worked an event and received and gotten paid. It's a good idea. Early on, that was the process. And there were some existing records reflecting that. But then the constable told Susan, no, we're not doing that anymore. We're not keeping these records. So stop doing that. So she stopped. She's the boss, you do what she says. But Susan still kept her Excel spreadsheet because that was related to who she gave the cash to. Now, I talked about those grand jury subpoenas. Well, on June the 11th of 2019, the grand jury subpoena asked for the following. Please provide security agreement contract records, and that is in all caps, and deputy work assignments and schedules related to the security contract records, along with a business records affidavit for Rodriguez Park security assignments. That is in bold, in a larger print, and in red. From January 1st, 2017 to June 11th, 2019. Remember, January 1st, 2017 is when she came into office. June 11th, 2019 is the date that the subpoena was executed on Constable Vela. Now, you heard me say about a business records affidavit. Those are the things that the custodian of records will swear out when they collect all the records. There's a business records affidavit. It's got some legal language in there about how the record was made at or near the time of the event, and that they're accurate. And basically it's saying, I attest as the custodian of records that these came from this business or this government agency, and they're accurate and correct. The due date on this particular grand jury subpoena was June 26, 2019. So, the constable began gathering the records in response to that grand jury subpoena. Now, there were a couple of those cash logs that the officers actually signed in existence. However, she sat down with Susan and she started creating handwritten cash logs, and Susan would write the event information, and the constable would start saying who worked. She started filling in the names of the deputies. This is not made at or near the time the records reflect of the incident when it occurred. If it said on a particular date that the officer received the funds or that they worked the funds, the log should be an ongoing process. It should not be created when a grand jury subpoena issues and says, we need records. So she's sitting down, and it happened over the course of several days. She worked directly with Susan to list the receipt numbers and the amounts collected and who worked each event. It took a few days, and as Susan observed the constable, she was surprised to see that she could remember who worked, because Susan doesn't even know who works. She is not part of that process. She's at the beginning of the process. She said the constable used different pens to make it look like it was different dates, and made it look like it was filled over the course of time. And she created several periods of time over several pages for several years. Now, Susan, her job was to collect what she had, and so she made copies of all of her receipt books. Then she also had her Excel spreadsheet. And the constable saw her Excel spreadsheet. Now, remember, she had directed Susan, don't keep any records. Susan said, this is just my own personal record. The auditor said, I really need to do this. I'm a cash collector. I need, for my own purposes, show who I give money to. So the constable saw that the very last column listed all the money going to her. And she said, why is that? She goes, well, because I gave the money to you. That's the last person who had the money. I gave it directly to you. And she said, take that off. Remove that column. And so she deleted it. And instead, she told her, look at how much money was collected for how many hours, and just put the number of deputies who worked. Put 1 deputy, 2 deputies, 3 deputies, whatever it might be. just based on the math alone. And so she did. So all the records were gathered. Susan stayed there late one day with the constable, and she made 7 sets. She saw the handwritten cash logs, and there were several of them in there. And she saw her Excel spreadsheet that had been changed and was included as well. And then she saw the constable take a stack and put it in her purse and go home that night. She didn't really think anything of it. Well, what's interesting is a week before this, one of the other clerks, Michael Villanueva, who works with Susan, he got counsel for shredding documents. On June the 19th of 2019, this is after the subpoena was issued, but before it was due, this is when she's gathering the records and knowing what she has and doesn't have. She wrote him up for shredding. Well, she directed one of her people to write him up for shredding documents because there's a policy in place that says no shredding. However, there was no policy in place. They created a new policy, and they said, here's the new policy, you're in violation of it, now you're being counseled for it. And they're like, but how can I be in violation of a policy that's just created now? But they made them sign these counseling forms. Susan got written up for shredding documents as well. They thought that was really odd because shredding goes on all the time. It's a normal process of most businesses, and they were never directed not to do that or to do that for anything in specific, or there were stacks of things that were placed in a pile to get rid of, and they shredded them. They're clerks. They do what they're told. Constable Bella also approached Susan's desk out in the open area, and she said she looked afraid. She told Susan, you need to hire an attorney. They're coming for you. They're coming for all of us, but especially you. Susan said she was very afraid. She doesn't make a lot of money. She was married. She couldn't even pay her rent by her own salary. She needed her job, and she got concerned. She couldn't afford an attorney. So she did one thing better. She went straight to the law. She went and looked at the log, and she found Ranger Freeman's name and phone number, and she called him. She became a whistleblower. She met with him on several occasions. She related what had occurred up to the point from how the process works, when the grand jury subpoena got issued, and all the things that happened afterwards. And she said, she's doing something, I don't know what it is, but she's going to blame it on me. Now we received the first set of records. They didn't give them to Ranger Freeman like they were supposed to. They gave them to me. Constable Bella had hired an attorney by then, and so the attorney was working with me. So I made a copy and gave them to Ranger Freeman. He looked them over, and I looked them over, and he started working with Susan and said, are these the documents that you collected to give to us? That when you were working and she was having you gather all the records and help her, and you made copies, is this the same copy? And he said, no, it's not. It's missing all those handwritten logs. So over the course of time, Susan met with the ranger, and she would bring copies of those handwritten logs to him so she would be able to explain to him what they were and what she was talking about. She also said how the Excel spreadsheet that she kept for herself, her receipt log, how she had been told that she needed to change it. And that actually ended up in the documents. Susan agreed to carry a small recording device to carry with her on her person on 3 separate occasions. And it was an effort to see if anything more would be said about the Rodriguez documents like had been said before. On one particular day, the last and third day, which was July 24th, 2019, they made an arrangement between Brad and Susan, calling Brad, he's somebody I've worked with for years, Ranger Freeman, that he would call her and say, I need to interview you. Now remember, they don't know that she's talking to Brad. Freeman. So this was in an effort when she'd said, Ranger Freeman's on the phone and he wants to interview me, it might stimulate some conversation about Rodriguez Park. It didn't. They just said, okay, go and tell them whatever you know. Which she didn't know all the things that they knew. So when she met with Ranger Freeman, they had a conversation, and it actually was recorded on this device. And she was relating the same thing that she had related before to him about how the procedure worked, about what was going on with the grand jury subpoena, and the response to it. So when Ranger Freeman and I reviewed these documents that we received, now knowing that it was missing documents, we didn't understand why we needed those documents. Why would somebody not just give those to us? They went to the trouble to create them, and it was the information we were asking for. Why not just give them to us? They're actually a government record. As soon as she created them, they became a government record. She's a government entity. She's the constable of the precinct. She is the top custodian of records. Anything she does there is a government record. Why would she not want us to have that? Maybe it was a mistake. That's what we thought. Maybe it was a mistake. Okay, so let's try again. We issued a second grand jury subpoena with more specificity. And this is what that grand jury subpoena said. Please provide security records and deputy police officer assignments and schedules related to the security for Rodriguez Park for the period of time beginning January 1, 2017 through the present time. Specifically, any documents displaying the names of the officers and the individual dates, events they were assigned to, along with any other related information, such as the time, pavilion location, hours worked, compensation received, etc. If such documentation does not exist, please provide an absence of business records affidavit. That's kind of the reverse of that business records affidavit I told you about. That one says, here are the records. The other one says, none exist. The response that we received from that request was, no records other than those produced. Okay, now that's not a mistake. Those documents still existed. They were still at precinct.
May we approach?
Do you have objections? No, you may not. Do you have
It's a violation of order of limine, so that's why I wanted to approach.
Sustained. The jury is going to disregard those last comments. Move along.
Knowing that those documents existed at the precinct, Ranger Freeman, on September 20th of 2019, went to a district court judge and obtained a search warrant to enter Precinct 2 to look for those documents and other matters. He was looking for evidence of the security agreements, other things that he had learned from Susan that would relate to Rodriguez Park. Because he's that task force officer with the FBI, and the Rangers are not a very big group here, throughout the state there's only a couple hundred, but locally there's only a handful. They got the assistance of his task force FBI members, and they helped him. The missing documents were recovered at the precinct. We have them and you will see them. There's more security agreements and there's other related documents as well that were recovered. So the question is why? You were told yesterday in jury selection that we don't have to prove why, but we will tell you why based on our investigation. Why would somebody tamper or fabricate with evidence? You're going to learn about how the whole Easter Sunday event occurred that year, which was the impetus for us to investigate in the first place. There was a security plan that the county had put into place to help pay for county security throughout all the parks in the county. Easter Sunday is a really big deal in Bexar County. it causes a lot of people to come to the parks, and so the attendance of people is greater, and security need goes up. There was one person in particular who had reserved Pavilion 1 right after the previous Easter. His name was Jesus Reyes. He was a longtime client of the park, 15 years running. It was a family tradition. He would go in the week after Easter and get online and reserve for the next time around. They loved it that much. On this particular Easter, it wasn't quite what he had hoped for. April 21st of 2019, he had scheduled 40 people a year before to be the number of guests at Pavilion 1. Looking forward to it, everybody's showing up. The first family member to show up was told, no, you don't have a reservation anymore. He didn't understand. He didn't cancel. It had been, he was told it was canceled. So he went to the park. He asked for the park management people to help him out to check to make sure that he had the reservation, and they confirmed, yes, he still had the reservation. Constable Bella and her family said they had the reservation. But the parks people said, no, the reservation reflects Mr. Reyes and has the reservation, you're going to have to move. So she and her family moved over to Kitchen 1, which is very close in proximity to Pavilion 1. So all of his family showed up, they're unpacking, they're getting their barbecue going, all the family members are coming in. There's people dressed in Easter Bunny outfits, there's children, they're going to do Easter egg hunts, they got music going. And then he's confronted by Constable Vela, who is in full uniform, and other uniformed officers. Because somebody opened up alcohol. And you remember the rule, you have alcohol, you have to have a security officer. Well, Mr. Reyes was under the impression that the county had put in a place where they were going to pay for security. They had advertised it as a community outreach project. And he had never had to pay before. He always had people under 50. So he didn't understand. He was told that for his 12-hour reservation, he needed to pay $50 an hour. He needed to pay $600 right then. He didn't have $600. He had already paid for the reservation to be in the pavilion. He didn't have that kind of money. They said, well, half it. Work 6, stay here for 6 hours, and you only owe us $300. He drove to an ATM, he got the $300. He felt very intimidated. They're in uniform, they have guns on. They're told, give us the money or else you need to leave. He had family, children coming, looking forward to it. Remember, 15-year family tradition. When he was confronted by Constable Vela, she told him, it is in your best interest to pay money. Now, this whole experience was ruined, and it ruined his family tradition, and I'm not sure that he's ever been back. Now, there was security that was assigned to him. Now that he has alcohol and he's paid $300 for 6 hours, Deputy Constable Tony Cordona provided the security for him. He said the family was still upset. We didn't see a lot of alcohol, and he worked there and provided security for 6 hours. Afterwards, he was supposed to receive $300 for his working there. He received somewhere around $300, as he recalls. However, there was a document he was told to sign that he received $228 for working from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. And the document is dated May 15th of 2019. He did say he wasn't paid till later on in time. He said that sounded about right, $228. But he had never signed a document like that before. And it was taped to the window that window, that reception window, where Susan works, it was taped there for everybody to see. Deputy Constable Vanessa Pena, she provided security in Pavilion 2. They had a very large group. They had prepaid their $300. She was told to sign the same form, and it is dated May 15th of 2019. And it states that she worked from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. and she was paid $228. She was only paid $70. And that was taped to the window. Now, over time, Constable Vela had made Deputy Pena in charge of getting officers to work all of these kinds of jobs. All these side jobs. Remember, not official jobs. Part-time jobs, not official duties, not county work. She arranged for more than just Rodriguez Park. She arranged for other events in the community. She was instructed by Constable Vela to try to get reserve officers as much as possible, but if not, get full-time as well, but get reserve officers as much as possible, because remember, they don't get paid. Money's still collected, but they don't get paid.
Ms. McGraw, you've been going for 30 minutes. Please wrap it up in 5.
Now you're going to hear from some of those deputy constables that work those side jobs as reserves and full-time officers. You're also going to hear from Steve Moniger, who is a senior policy analyst with DPS. He works on regulations. He's going to tell you the law regarding full-time officers, reserve officers, and when a law enforcement agency can facilitate these side jobs. Ranger Freeman is going to walk you through the entire investigation, beginning to end, to put all the pieces together, but we'll be a lot of witnesses here for the next several days to explain their experiences, their firsthand knowledge, and how all of these things evolved in order to demonstrate to you that there were government records that were created, fabricated, and then not given to us once they became a government record.
Defense, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. I do need a legal brief on the set of television. Police court, Bexar County, members of the jury. They laid a trap. They set it. They created it. They camouflaged it. And when it finally snapped, they didn't get anything. They laid a trap, and they didn't get anything. They didn't get what they thought that they were going to get. And so they regrouped. When the trap is empty, What else can we get? And there's a few things that Ms. McCraw said in her opening statement that I want you to pay close attention to. The first thing is that it started with them. The people prosecuting her right now. It started with them. They initiated the investigation. She told you that. They work for the Bexar County District Attorney's Office. That's a political position. Nico told you he used to be a district attorney. Constable's office is also a political position. The Bexar County Sheriff's Office is also a political position at the top. And then people like Dawn, people like Oscar, people like I used to be. We all work for the elected. But it's very important to understand and to know that it started with them. And you heard Ms. McCraw say, called Ranger Freeman Brad. Oh, it's Brad. I've worked with him for years. Dawn and Brad set a trap. Dawn and Brad worked on that trap, camouflaged the trap to get Michelle. That was what they were trying to do. But when the trap sprang, they didn't get anything. And that's why we're here, not on she stole money, not on she mismanaged money, not on anything that they were trying to get. We're here on a couple of documents. We're here on these handwritten cash logs. And you read about, she told you about the subpoenas and some of the stuff, and I want to talk about it. But first, it's really important to understand the timeline. And that's what she ended with, and I want to start with it. Easter Sunday. Now, she presented you a set of facts. But that set of facts is not what's going to be seen by the evidence. Because she was correct. If you have more than 50 people, or if those people are drinking alcohol at Rodriguez Park, you have to have security. So first, Rodriguez Park is located in Bexar County Precinct 2. And at the time, Michelle was the constable for Precinct 2. So the evidence will show, and there won't be any dispute from any witness, that Michelle, as constable, was responsible for security at Rodriguez Park. If there were more than 50 people at the pavilion, or alcohol was being consumed. Now, one of the ways that she presented that Easter Park thing, this was the whole problem. That's how these people presented it too. They did a story on it when Mr. Reyes got so mad about it that it caused them to start an investigation based on a misunderstanding. And as you will see from the evidence, it was Mr. Reyes himself who had made the mistake. So, going back to what we know. If you rent a pavilion at Easter or any other time at Rodriguez Park, you have to pay security if you have more than 50 people, or if people are consuming alcohol. What that tells you is you don't have to pay security at all if you have less than 50 people, or if you don't consume alcohol. I mean, that's it. Not just you consuming, but anybody in your party. And we know why. And everybody here can understand why. Why Bexar County itself made that a rule. Because when you get a lot of people together, if the crowd is big, that could be a security problem for everybody else in the park. It could be. Now, Mr. Reyes, there's no evidence that they were rowdy. But as we know, and as we've seen, and as we watch the news, we know that it can get rowdy at these parks. So if you got a lot of people, you're going to need an officer. Somebody there that's watching, making sure everything's okay. But the other thing is, if you're drinking alcohol, even if you don't have a lot of people, at that pavilion, the rules are, if you're drinking, you need an officer. Because we also know that when alcohol gets introduced to a party, it can get out of hand. So all of this is just a safety concern, and so that's why there's these rules. She did not make these rules. She was responsible for enforcing the rules, and that's what the evidence is going to prove. So, on Easter Sunday, the way Ms. McCraw presented it is, it's like she came up with her family and said, "You don't got a reservation, get out of here." What actually happened is a person named Henry Guerrero, who was responsible at the parks, called the constable's office and said, the Easter Sunday people for Pavilion 1 canceled. And it will be proven. We have documentary evidence where they're going, yeah, Henry made a mistake. Henry made a mistake. He called her and said, it's canceled. The people for Easter canceled it. It turned out that the people the day before had canceled, and he made a mistake. And his supervisors talked to each other and said, yeah, Henry screwed that one up. Now, when Michelle hears that, she says, well, I'll take my family to the pavilion. She went and got a money order, just like every other citizen, for the rental of the pavilion. And she went and brought it. When she got to the park, Mr. Reyes was there. She's got her family. he's got his, and she goes, look, they told me you canceled. And he said, no, I didn't cancel. Now, in Mr. Reyes' mind, and I'm not saying that he's a bad guy, but in his mind, all of a sudden, he's starting to go, wait, what's going on here? And he started to look at her just like any one of us would do. If we're there with our family and we'd had plans and somebody comes up and tells us we don't have a reservation, our instinct is to go, what is this person doing? Who is this person to come here and tell me that? Mr. Reyes didn't know that Henry made a mistake. He didn't know that. And so they called and they go, no, actually he does have the rental. So what did she do? She said, okay. She took her family to a different part of the room. She is there with her family. Now, while she is there, she's looking over and she sees that they're drinking. The party there is drinking. Now, so because she is the person responsible for security, and she knows she's got no deputies out there. There's nobody out there. So she's going, wait, what's going on? Now, what Dawn told you, and what's important to understand is that Susan Tristan is the person who worked at Michelle's office who was responsible for this. And Michelle believed in Susan. She believed that Susan had made a call to Mr. Reyes. Why wouldn't she? She believed that Susan had talked to Mr. Reyes beforehand. She believed that Mr. Reyes must have told her that he did not have alcohol or would not have alcohol at the party, and that's why Susan didn't make any arrangements for security. So in Michelle's mind, she thinks this guy is like, he's just trying to get away with something that nobody else gets to get away with. If you're drinking alcohol, you got to have deputies out here. So what do you do in that situation? The way Ms. McCraw tried to set it up is like, she changed these procedures. Remember, what she said before was deputies would go straight out to the park and go, hey, money. And people at the park would be giving money over to these deputies. What she did was she just said, that might not be a good look. It might look like our deputies are shaking people down for money. So she made a procedure that trying to say, look, everybody call first. Susan, call these people. Have them come in beforehand. So all of it is settled beforehand. So that by the time the deputies get out there, they're not asking for money or there's not a misunderstanding. Wait, you owe me $300. No, you owe me $200. No, I thought it was $160. No, it's $260. Well, now her deputies are in an argument with a constituent or with a citizen at Rodriguez Park. So she has a complete different overhaul of the system. And now apparently they've gone back to deputies just taking money from people at the park. But there's nothing wrong with the fact that she's like, hey, let's have some structure in the sense that people are coming beforehand. So everybody is on the same page, they know what's going on. So Easter Sunday. She goes to Mr. Reyes and says, now remember, there's all these misunderstandings going on. Henry made a mistake. Mr. Reyes never called Susan Tristan. But she doesn't know he didn't call Susan Tristan. She thinks he did and just didn't tell Susan the truth about the party. So she's coming up going, hey, you got to pay security. Now she's in a situation where she's at the park. She can't say, come in next week and pay the security. She says, you got to pay it now. If you would have called Susan Tristan, or if you would have told her the truth, whatever it was, because she didn't know at the time. If that would have happened and that would have occurred, then you would have paid it the week before, just like the other party at Pavilion 2, who had no problems at all. And they had their security. So, all of this is like this, it's this snowball. She's basically standing at the bottom of a mountain, and these mistakes and these misunderstandings are starting to just roll and ball up. Now, he did pay the $300. She said, look, if that's what you got, that's what you got. We'll get a deputy out here. She's not happy because she thinks he didn't tell the truth. Now, I think the evidence is going to ultimately show that Mr. Reyes was, he didn't call, and he was instructed to. So whenever you make the reservation, you get a Parks Rules and Regulations. And it says you must call Susan Tristan at Precinct 2 to arrange for security. And what they will want to do is to make sure that Susan would listen. How many people you got? Are you drinking alcohol? Yes. Okay, you're going to need security. You're going to have this many deputies. It's going to cost this much. Come in and pay it. He had the reservation for a year. She said he's been doing it for 15 years. But he didn't ever pay attention to the Parks Rules and Regulations that are there when you reserve the pavilion. So Jesus Reyes, whether intentionally or accidentally, broke the rules. Okay? I mean, that's the fact. He was not following the rules. They were drinking in the park, no security. Michelle is trying to just make him follow the rules. And she doesn't necessarily know, and we're not saying, oh, it's this fault, this fault. There was a lot of mistakes and misunderstanding. But Mr. Reyes believed this constable in uniform just came and shook me down. She actually had to work security. And here's the other thing about Easter Sunday. Dawn mentioned she mentioned a little bit about that there was this program that was going on with Bexar County, right? It was a program that said, okay, for Easter Sunday, we'll pay the security. So we're going to be paying and everything else. Now, when they went to Precinct 2, Michelle said, fine, that's great. And they said, well, we're paying $35 an hour. And she said, our holiday rate is $50 an hour. And the reason why is because their deputies can't be with their families. They have to go and be with your family or my family or whoever's family's out there at Pavilion 1. So it's a $50 an hour holiday. She said, that's what we do. County said, no, we're going to pay $35. So it's like going into a Cadillac dealership and it says, hey, this car is $30,000, and you go, no, I'm going to give you $20 for it. They're going to go, no, you're not going to give me any for it. You're not getting the car. So she said, look, we're going to do it like we always did. And it's not just for her. It's not for the extra $20. She has deputies who depend on that as supplemental to their income. Now, these deputies, a lot of them you're going to hear from, and they're probably going to be upset with her for various things, and you're going to see the reasons why. They're going to testify the way that they testify. A lot of them are not going to know what's going on, but they think that because these people know what they're doing, or they think so, that something must be wrong. But remember, this trap was all made and everything else, and it caught nothing. So now we're talking about some cash logs. So, Easter Sunday happens. That's what happened Easter Sunday. Mr. Reyes went to the media. And there was an article written April 30th. This is all April 21st. April 30th, there's an article written about her shaking down some guy at the park in uniform. None of that happened. And the evidence is going to show that that's not what happened. That he was breaking the rules that she made him follow. Once the article comes out, they start making their trap. Get her. Let's, as the DA's office, the prosecuting authority, get her. And so they call Brad, their friend Brad. Brad comes over and they start constructing. So, Susan Tristan, oral reprimand. Now this is important because Don talked about it a little bit. On June 3rd of 2019, Susan Tristan was reprimanded in, I know it's confusing, security logs, agreements, cash logs, all that other stuff. But the thing is we agree, Susan was the person who kept Rodriguez Park things. Susan, Michelle came in one day, and near Susan's area, she saw these security agreements on the shred pile, like in the pile of things to be shredded. And she told Susan, you can't shred those. Susan said, we always did before. Now, it's not me saying it. You're going to hear on a recording that Susan said, it's either going to come out of her mouth, or you're going to hear the recording of her telling Ranger Freeman that actually did occur. That she did accidentally put things in the shred pile that shouldn't be there. And it wasn't, she didn't get fired. She just got told on June 3rd, you can't do that. Like that's just, it's an oral reprimand. Now, the DA sends her first subpoena 6/11/2019. So the first subpoena gets sent 8 days later. In that subpoena, well, let me show you the difference first before we talk about subpoena. So this, what's on the left is what would be, it's just kind of an example of a cash log. So a cash log has the date, it has the money, has the deputies. Who got the money, everything else. And that's basically what it's going to look like. This is in the actual document, because we haven't started the evidence yet, but that's what it's going to look like. And Susan Tristan was responsible for keeping them. She's the one that made them. She had working copies that she would keep adding to as it went, and she kept them all together with her. Always. Now this isn't a security agreement. So the security agreement that Don was referencing, it would be something like this. It has the date, has the pavilion reserve, has the point of contact, type of event, number of guests, things like that. Okay? These are two totally different documents, right? And this is what's important. Because when you want to set a trap, when you're the DA's office and you're a bunch of lawyers and you want to start talking lawyer language and set a trap for a non-lawyer, it gets pretty easy when you start throwing a bunch of stuff around and they don't know what you're asking for. Now, we talked in an opening statement, we said, hey, somebody could just say, no, I'm not going to provide it. I'll tell you right now, she didn't do that. She didn't say, I'm not going to provide it. They were trying to provide the things that they were being asked for, okay? But we were using it to make the point that not providing something to a DA's office is not tampering with evidence. That's just maybe a civil thing where the judge says, no, you need to provide it. Tampering involves you have to conceal it, you have to hide it, right? You have to create it, you have to do something to it, not just say no. But that's not what she did. She's actually trying to provide it. So let's look at the subpoena. Please provide security agreement contract records and deputy work assignment and schedules related to the security contract records, along with the business records affidavit for Rodriguez Park. Now, security assignments. Now, between those two, the thing on the right is what it sounds like that's asking for. Security agreement contract records. That's what it sounds like that is asking for. And that's what they are trying to get together. That's what they think that they want. And that's where their focus is. Now that's June 11th. There's not one word in that subpoena about cash logs. Now, I'll give it to them. At the time, they didn't, I guess, know what it was called. They didn't know that there was a title on the top of the page saying cash log. But that's not going to remain true. Because the way that Dawn described it is, she went with Michelle and she was doing all this stuff, and then Michelle said, "You're in trouble, you're going to jail." That's not what happened. They got a subpoena 6/11. Susan calls Ranger Freeman on 6/12, the day after. Now, look back at the oral reprimand and look what the subpoena asked for. The oral reprimand was not for cash logs. It was for the security agreements, because that's what was found on the shred pile. And that's where she figured out that both Michael Villanueva and Susan Tristan had been shredding these security agreements. So, when that subpoena came in, and Susan knows that she'd been reprimanded for that, she freaked out. She got scared. One of the reasons we talked about, what are the motives that somebody would do? One of the motives is you think you're going to get in trouble. And Susan thought that she was going to be in trouble. She immediately called Ranger Freeman the next day. Don told you they were given weeks to respond to the subpoena. So before they even have an opportunity to respond or what they're going to do, Susan's already on the phone with Freeman. Day after that, she meets Freeman. 6/13/2019, she meets him and provides cash logs and receipt books to him at that time. So from 6/13 all the way to the end, and this is what I want you to follow throughout the trial, all the way to the end from 6/13, this table knew that that document was called cash logs. And not one subpoena did they ever send that actually asked for cash logs, even though they knew that that's what they were looking for. Because if you actually asked for it and you actually got it, where's the trap? You can't set it. You're not going to get anything. So what they continued to do was ask in lawyer language and legalese for things that they knew simply what that document was titled on June 13th and ever after. 6/18, Susan Tristan now meets the FBI in Freeman. This is 6/18. This is before even the deadline for when anybody has to respond to a subpoena. So it's not like it was like, oh my gosh, I'm meeting with you guys because we're supposed to respond to this thing. And we didn't do it. It hadn't even been time to respond to it yet. They're thinking that Susan is helping them look for these records and figure it out, because the whole trial, you will know, Susan always had control. These cash logs that they're talking about was always in Susan's control. Never left her control. Ever. Ever. Never went into her control. These cash logs were always with Susan Tristan. Never with Michelle. Ever. From the time that they start this thing to the time that they have this FBI raid with 27 FBI agents that go into Precinct 2. And guess what? 27 FBI agents go into Precinct 2. What do they get? Phones, computers, documents, everything. Why are we here? Some cash logs are saying wasn't provided. They set the trap. And then they...
I object. That violates the motion in limine. He's opened the door. Overruled.
It sets the trap. They set the trap. And in this courtroom right now, we're here for tampering with evidence. Cash logs, either concealing or making. That's it. That's why we're here. That's what this charge is. It is not stealing money. It is not misplacing money, misusing money that she was responsible for as constable. Tampering. She's meeting with the FBI. Then she meets with them the third time on the 19th. Freeman and the FBI. So Susan's meeting every time. Now this is important because as you go through this, you'll see that she either called or met with Freeman 6 times. Sometimes with the FBI and sometimes not. And Dawn said that Susan was sitting down and watching, and Michelle was working with her and taking stuff out. She never said that to anyone. She never said that to him. It's not in his reports, not in the audio that he inadvertently recorded. And we'll talk about that. Susan Tristan meets the FBI Freeman the 4th time and wears a wire on 6/25. This is still all before the subpoena is supposed to even be... the deadline for them responding to the subpoena hadn't even happened yet. And she's already wearing a wire. Now, why does somebody wear a wire? Remember, Susan's worked with these people for years. She's wearing a wire and talking to people at her work. It's not just Michelle. She's talking to everybody. They're talking about personal stuff, personal business, what kind of girls they like. And she was willing to do that and talk and let everybody hear all their personal business. For what? It's because she thought she was going to be in trouble. And so she starts running and doing all of these things. I got to here, look at this and do this. And I think she might be trying to, but she wasn't trying to. So Susan is creating this thing, and the snowball's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and she's still just down there at the bottom. All of these misunderstandings, all of these things, Susan running around wearing wires. On the wire, Don told you in her open, on the wire, nothing. Not one thing. They were prompting her Michelle to try to talk about it, prompting other people to talk about it. They didn't get nothing. She's wearing a wire for days at work. And intentionally being sent in, and they're doing little tricks and traps and things. Let's call, put them on speaker, let them know you're coming to talk to me to see if they'll say something. And then what did Dawn tell you? And she said nothing. She said nothing because she didn't do anything wrong. That's the exact time that you would expect her to say something. 5th time. They're meeting 6:26. That's the original date that the subpoena had to be responded to. She's already wearing a wire twice. She's already providing all this other stuff. Cash logs and things that, if you look at that subpoena, when you see it, does not say cash logs on it. It says security agreements, right? So, 6th time, actually, the wears wire. I mean, she's wearing a wire 3 different times, right? Wire, wire, wire. Now, the DA's office sends a second subpoena on 7/18/2019. That subpoena says, any case reports, incident reports, investigative reports generated or produced, provided to your office related to Rodriguez Park. All reported investigative assignments for deputies directed by Constable Michelle Barrientes or any other self-initiated. Now, this is asking for, like, if they go out there and they're, like, making a police report. Like somebody's publicly intoxicated at the park. Somebody's, they're writing a report. It doesn't say anything about cash logs. So that's the second subpoena. So now they're going, okay, we're trying to figure out how to respond to this one. And then July 24th. So this is the 3rd time that Susan wears the wire. She meets Freeman. She gives more cash logs, but they're the same cash logs that she'd given before because she has control of these documents. The only thing that's changing is the cash logs are starting to have more entries in it because Susan is still making entries on the documents when people are coming in. She wears the wire. Now, this is the most important date that you're going to have in this trial because they skipped over it, but this is what's important about it. On July 24, 2019, Susan is wearing a wire. Freeman forgets that it's still running. He forgets that she has it on. He accidentally records his conversation with Susan. Susan tells him that Michelle told her to just tell the truth when she talks to Freeman. Susan tells Freeman, he goes, what did she say? When I called, when we set our trap and we wanted to get her to come in, what did she say? What did she say? She said, go in there and tell the truth. She said, do us right. You will hear Michelle on the wire. Before she goes and talks to Freeman, you will hear Michelle's recorded voice saying, do what's right. And I'm not going to tell you what to say to him. Just do it, just go in there and do it. At the time, remember, Michelle is concerned for her as an employee because this snowball is going insane. So she says, look, if you want to talk to a lawyer, I don't know what they're investigating. They're apparently investigating everything, all of us. If you want to talk to a lawyer, that's fine, or you can go talk to him. And she left work to go talk. I'm not going to tell you what to say. Just go talk to him, do what's right. Freeman says, what did she say? What did she say? She told me to tell the truth. Tom didn't tell you that in her opening statement. And that's the theme of this whole trial. Don didn't tell you that Michelle said, tell the truth, Susan. That's fine. Go talk to Freeman. Here's what's important about it, though. Freeman doesn't write any of this in his report about 7/24/2019. He doesn't write one word of it. Not one word. Remember we talked about when an investigation, that's what happens when Dawn and Brad get together and they want to set a trap. All this evidence that she might not actually have anything to hide. She might be innocent. All they're doing is going, why wouldn't she provide these? We don't really have. Why wouldn't she? I guess it has. They're creating everything that they possibly can, and that's the problem when you have a prosecution agency that's also the investigative agency. She's under the microscope with the people that have the power, because normally you'd have an investigative agency that says, look, we think that this is a crime. And the prosecutor is the last bastion, the last stop to say, no, you don't have enough evidence for that. But when it's the prosecutor's investigation themselves, when it's them that's doing the investigation, there's nobody to say no. There's nobody to stop the snowball coming down the mountain. So Freeman doesn't write any of this in his report. Why is this interesting? The only recorded statement we have of Susan is when he accidentally did it, when he didn't know he was doing it. He didn't record any other statement that she made to him. Not one. Not one. He just wrote in his report, this is what Susan said. He wrote in that report, this is what Susan said, and it wasn't. And we're going to prove it to you. We're going to prove that he left it out. And that's important. But why did he leave it out? It doesn't fit with their theory. It doesn't fit with their trap. So they left it out. The third subpoena. Now the third subpoena, this is what Dawn was referencing when she said we tried to do more specificity.
Mr. Goss, 5 minutes.
If you'll just look at the subpoena itself, what you can see is that not anywhere here, it's got a lot of language. It says time, pavilion location, hours worked, compensation received. Now, that's not, the cash logs don't have time, it doesn't have pavilion location, it doesn't have hours worked. It does have compensation received, but that's like that's the word right before etc. And so you got this whole thing, it's again, security records, deputy police officers' assignments and schedules. This cash log was not an assignment. This was not what was given and said like if you go to work at McDonald's and it says, look, you're going to work Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 6 to 9, blah, blah, blah. That's not what that was. So they're thinking, okay, they want to get some schedule. And of course, Susan Freeman is the person who did that. There's not one word about cash logs. Now remember, by this subpoena, they have the documents already. They're sending subpoenas for stuff that they already have. Because they're setting a trap. That's what they're doing. They're just setting a trap. They already have these documents. Susan's already given them back in June. And they're just setting the trap. Susan meets Ranger Freeman 6 times, gives cash logs. The FBI searches Precinct 2 Constable's office. Michelle announces she's running for sheriff against Javier Salazar. The day the FBI raided, she said, I've had it. I'm running this sheriff. And she's had problems with the sheriff. And she announced that day. Because she announced, the resign to run thing kicked in, and so she had to resign her office as Precinct 2. Because she announced. But she's got the FBI raiding. The snowball has now come completely over her. Susan Tristan quits the office the next day. Now I want to talk about that raid real quick. When they do the raid, and when they find the cash logs, the evidence that they're going to say is the tampering. It is on Susan's desk. It's right on top of Susan's desk, in Susan's binder that she uses to work, to do Rodriguez Park. She's always had those in her possession the entire time. The person who ran immediately after the subpoena and is working behind the scenes and behind everybody's back had the cash logs the entire time. Michelle never had them. Never had possession of them. Always with Susan. Michelle's indicted for tampering with evidence on January 20th, 2020. And why is this important? They decided to indict her. She's not constable anymore. She's running against Javier Salazar. She's not constable. There's no threat to life or liberty. There's no major threat. The Bexar County Democratic primary for sheriff is March 3rd, 2020. They indicted her right there and completely tanked her for that election and completely helped Javier Salazar. That's what this case is about. It's about a prosecution that wanted to set a trap. They did their own investigation. They don't have anybody over there that can be objective about it. And they're just trying to get this woman. And all of these things that you're going to see, and all the witnesses, I'll tell you, if any witness says something, and we say, you didn't say that before. You never testified to that before. You never said it to anybody. If they agree to that, that means they're saying it for the first time right there. And you've got to question that as well. That's the cash logs. That's what we're here for. That's the security agreement. That's what they asked for. And that's what they got.
State, how many witnesses do you have ready right now? 4. Bring them in so we can swear them in. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to give you a 5 to 10 minute break just so I can swear in the witnesses, and then I'll bring you back out. We're still going to keep going for a little bit before lunch. Okay, you're going to remain under the same instructions.
All right, for the jury, leave your notepad there. Leave your belongings as well. And your
cell phones, documents don't relate to just Rodriguez Park. The majority of that relates to the illegal arrest of Moreno and the aggravated perjury. This is the very thing they don't want us to go into, but now they have opened the door to leave an impression, a misimpression with the jury that we got all that stuff for nothing. That is not true at all.
I believe I specified it to anything about taking money or misusing money.
But you
At
talked
the
about...
time that you objected, Ms. McGraw, it was about the logs. I'm reading the real time that my court reporter provides, and it's everything. I mean, you objected at the time that he's talking about they came in and they got phones, documents, everything that was provided. I mean, I would have to get
And those-
my reporter to read it back, but that's at the point that you objected. So I don't think that opens the door to anything related to any other pending matters or investigations. He's still talking about logs.
Those computers and those phones that he mentioned that were recovered in the search and seizure warrant did not have anything to do with Rodriguez Park. It had everything to do with the aggravated perjury and the official oppression cases.
But
And
the
he
point,
knows that.
I'm not changing my
Also, the
ruling.
way that she.
I'm not changing my ruling.
Nothing wrong with the way that she was running. She was running a security company without a license. And he says that.
Let's start with the testimony. I'm not changing my ruling. Let's just go forward with the testimony. Raymond.
All rise for the jury.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Ranger Freeman, you have previously sworn. You remain under that same oath. State you may proceed.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Bradley Freeman.
You're going to have to get closer.
Okay. Bradley Freeman.
And you can move it. You can move the microphone. Let me show you. See when you get close.
Thank you.
What is your title?
I'm the Texas Rangers with the Department of Public Safety.
And you also work in another location?
Yes, I'm currently assigned to the Public Corruption Task Force that's attached to the FBI.
When did you first go into law enforcement?
It's in '97. I've been a peace officer for 25 years. I've been with the Rangers for a little over 11 years.
And how does it work to become a ranger?
Through the Department of Public Safety, you start your process as a trooper, and as you go into Trooper 2 and what have you, you can test to be investigations or a bunch of different avenues. Within the Department of Public Safety is another division that's separate called the Texas Rangers. And so you have to have so many years of law enforcement and some other credentials behind you.
So before you went into law enforcement, did you do any other form of education?
I graduated from the University of Incarnate Word here in San Antonio. Prior to that, I was in Houston. Finished up high school, and right out of college, a few months out of college, I went into law enforcement.
And what law enforcement agency did you start with?
Started with the Department of Public Safety. It's been my one and only department I've been with.
So how many years did you spend as a trooper before you became a ranger?
Well, before I was a ranger, I was a highway patrol sergeant. So to answer your question, I was a trooper about 6 years before I promoted to highway patrol sergeant. And as a highway patrol sergeant, gosh, it's been a while. Sorry, Don. I spent many years as a highway patrol sergeant, a little over 4. And as a sergeant, I was doing training of other officers and assigned to the training academy, and also came back to San Antonio to supervise the local troops here.
And then when did you become a ranger?
been a little over 11 years ago. I was originally stationed in Houston, and obviously wanted to work my way back to San Antonio. So if you take 2022, take 11, I promoted in what, 2011, might have been 2010, sorry, around that time.
So how do the duties differ from having been a trooper and a sergeant versus a Texas Ranger?
Well, the Rangers only do criminal investigations. Obviously, Highway Patrol deals with working on the roadway, investigating crashes. So Texas Ranger takes on pretty much all investigations that are relative, that have interest of the state or the public for that matter.
So it's actual investigations.
Correct.
How many investigations, I'm not asking you to be exact, but how many investigations do you think you've done?
And I don't know, I would be spitballing.
Okay, that's fine. But is it in the hundreds?
Oh, yes, for sure, in the hundreds. Yes, ma'am.
And when you conduct an investigation, what is the purpose?
Well, the purpose is just as important to find the truth that someone did something, and just as important that they didn't do something. I mean, the purpose of an investigation is to present the facts.
And have you completed investigations that did not go to prosecution or charges being filed?
Yes, like I said, the purpose of investigation is to present facts, and sometimes those facts say the person did do something. Many times those facts say the person didn't do something, and that's just as important.
And what is one of the ways that you receive your case assignments?
That typically the Rangers are here to assist smaller agencies that may need state resources or just a larger investigative resource. So typically we are asked by smaller agencies to assist them. And then there are times when we are asked by the district attorney to be an impartial investigator, because sometimes having local investigators investigate local entities can cause a little bit of animosity, for lack of a better word. You just want to separate. So in particular, this case, I was asked by the district attorney to come in and be the impartial investigator from an outside, not on a parochial level, but on the outside level.
And did you prepare a report with this investigation?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to be approaching witnesses an awful lot. Would you like me to ask permission this time?
Your Honor, instead of on the process road.
You can ask before you approach that cross.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the case report that was done on this particular case in question.
How many pages in that case report?
94 pages.
Now, I handed that to you so that you can refresh your memory, because that is such a long report. I don't expect you to have it memorized.
Thank you.
So I'll be referring to different things. Now, Your Honor, I have Ranger Freeman on the stand at this point in time for the limited purpose of discussing the search and seizure warrant and what was collected for evidentiary purposes, so that when the subsequent witnesses come forward, they'll be looking at those exhibits to be introduced. They're not going to be introduced from Ranger Freeman, and we've already discussed this with the defense.
Yes, Your Honor, and honestly, I've seen those exhibits that she's got behind her, and we would just stipulate that he collected those exhibits, but if they want to keep asking questions, our cross-examination for now will just be limited to maybe some questions about that, and then we'll plan for a fuller examination of Ranger Freeman at the time that they called him, I think, back in the second time. But if they didn't call him back the second time, we would want him to remain subject to recall of the subpoenas.
We will definitely be calling him back.
So do you want to all just stipulate the exhibits and introduce them, or what do you want to do?
Actually, I cannot introduce them at this time due to the motion in limine.
Well, I guess our stipulation is not that they're admissible, it's just that that's what you collect at this point. And then, I guess with different witnesses at different times. we may have arguments as to the admissibility of various things, but
I just need to establish the date, the time, how it came about. I'm not going to go into any details at this time on what is included in that.
Okay, please proceed.
So at a certain point in time, did you obtain a search and seizure warrant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 29.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the affidavit for a search warrant. It also includes the search warrant.
What is that search warrant number? Should be on the top.
2019 W1543, if that's what you're asking me for?
Yes.
Okay.
If you could go to the very back page on the bottom right, did you say how many pages are included in that?
25 pages.
And it is held together by a small clip?
Correct, yes.
So, I'm going to direct your attention to pages 1 through 13. What part of the document is this?
1 through 13 is the affidavit which lists the probable cause. It basically explains the reason we're doing what we're doing.
If you could go to the last page of that first part. On page 13, whose signature is the affiant?
Me, Bradley Freeman.
And is this sworn to?
Yes, it is.
On what date?
On the 20th day of September, 2019.
And who swore you to that?
Judge Jefferson Moore.
And who is he?
He is the 186th Judicial District of Texas Magistrate in Bexar County.
And I'm going to direct your attention to page 14 through page 18. What part of the document is this?
14 through 18 is the actual search warrant, which explains where, when, and how you are to search.
And where were you searching?
We were searching at Bexar County Constable's Office, Precinct 2.
And where is that located?
That is located at 7723 Gilboa Road, number 105 in San Antonio.
And is that in Bexar County, Texas?
It is.
Let me direct you to the last page, 18, well, 17 and 18. And, oh wait, sorry, messed up the pages. That would be through page 16. On page 16, who signed that?
On page 16, again, is the Honorable Judge Jefferson Moore.
And so search warrants are signed by judges?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, then go to page 17. And what part of the document is this?
So this is what's called the return, and it's required to show what you took when you executed a search warrant. Executed is such a harsh word. When you conducted the search warrant.
And on this document, do you have to be sworn?
Yes, this is sworn.
And then who is sworn on this document?
And again, Judge Jefferson Moore swore to the return of this search warrant.
And when was the return dated?
The 25th of September, 2019.
So you said return and inventory. I'm going to ask you to look at page 19 through the remainder of the document and describe just in general terms what those pages represent.
Okay. So the first one I'm looking at, page 19, It's a receipt of property saying that we have this particular property in our possession, and we give this to the person that the warrant was served on. This particular one has, you want me to go through all of them?
Yeah, just who did you serve that on? Do you recall?
I tried to serve it to the constable.
And how do you know that you tried?
Because I have here, so when you take things, you always
I'm sorry, we just object to reading the document. He wants to talk about what he did, but it looked like he was reading straight out.
Objection, Mrs. King, do not read out of the document, not admitted in evidence.
Okay, so a receipt for property, when you are taking things, you try to get the person you're taking it from to acknowledge you've taken it and sign it. Here, it's refused from the constable.
Okay, if you could go to the next page, number
It's number 20.
What is that?
It's another receipt. It's issued by the FBI. It's another receipt saying what items had been taken.
If you could go to the end of that and tell me what page number that is.
Okay, and that list continues all the way. All the way to page 24.
And what does 24 represent?
And again, that's another attempt to let the person know these are the items we've taken, and the constable refused to sign.
And can you go to the, and does that end the document?
Yes.
So in this document, there's an inventory of everything that you collected.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you collected it, how was the evidence compiled or collected?
With the assistance of the FBI, we collected it all, stored it, marked it, and prepared some of it for examination.
Do you use any sort of containers to hold the document?
They were in, what would you call those, banker boxes, I think is what they call them. And of course, the computer items are sealed. Everything is sealed up in, in the manila envelopes that are behind you.
So I'm pointing to two boxes behind me with all kinds of bags, white and brown. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And that doesn't contain everything in this inventory, or does it?
That does not, because some of it's digital in nature.
Okay.
And
After you collected these items with the FBI's assistance, what occurred?
we stored them, and then we go through them, and we scanned them all.
So do you recall when you scanned the documents that were contained within these evidence bags?
I don't recall the exact date, but if I could refresh my memory.
Certainly.
Don, if you know what page, just shout it out, okay?
Actually, that's not how it works. If you're using an exhibit to refresh your recollection, you need to do it on your
I'm
own
just,
quietly.
in the interest of time.
Well, let me ask you this. Was it very soon after the warrant was executed?
And if I remember correctly, it was within 2 or 3 days after we served the search warrant.
And when you say you scanned it, you took every page that was in there and you put it through a scanner?
That's correct.
And it created an electronic file?
Yes.
So, in my opening statement, I talked about knowing you, and we tend to refer to each other by first name. How long have we known each other?
Oh, wow, Don. At least 10 years, maybe more, as long as I've been a ranger.
And how is it that we know each other?
Because routinely, as I'm working cases, I'll confer with the district attorney, and Don is the one that I typically refer to when we're working cases together.
And is that by the nature of the division I'm assigned to?
Yes.
So when you described how you receive a referral to do an investigation, you mentioned something about the rangers get utilized when things are too local for local law enforcement. Could you explain that a little bit more?
So
Is it based because there's political ramifications?
well, yes, political things could be involved, and because the Rangers are not working for the county or the state, I mean, not the state, but not working for the county or the city, we're considered an outside agency with no interest of what will be going on a parochial level. And so many times district attorneys will ask that of an outside agency, just in the effort to be as fair as possible for an outside agency to come in and take a look at things.
And the types of cases based on your job duties, does that involve all kinds of political electeds and political government entities?
Right. So specifically myself, I only work cases that involve either law enforcement or elected officials or people that are head of a company, head of an agency, and things of that nature. With that being said, I have to have special permission. There's a litany of permissions before we do that.
And in this case in particular, were you asked to investigate Michelle Vela for any other purpose other than the Rodriguez, for any political purpose?
Yes, I was. Not a political purpose, but for other reasons.
And so, did you even know Michelle Vela before you did this case?
No, ma'am.
Did my office somehow indicate that we needed to target Michelle Vela?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. First of all, he's leaving. I'm sorry, she's leaving. And at this point,
Sustained to leading.
As it relates to the Rodriguez Park investigation, what was the purpose of the referral that you received from my office?
That purpose is so that the powers that be within the Rangers know that there's proper predication before we go into an investigation.
And based on that predication, what are the various kinds of things you look at?
Well, we look at what the complaint is, if the complaint is valid, if it's worthy enough of investigation, if there's support of said complaint or complaints. And our senior level officers will review all of the complaints, like I said, to make sure there's predication, because you just don't want to haphazardly go into an investigation based on assumptions or accusations.
And so what is the ultimate goal of your investigation?
It's, again, to find the facts, be it the facts that a person had committed a crime or a person had not committed a crime.
Last witness? Subject to recall.
So, Ranger Freeman, we haven't met before. I'm Jason Goss. I think you might know Nico a little bit. Happy Valentine. I'll be asking you some questions based on the limited stuff about what you were just asked, and then I guess later we'll have a more full discussion about your investigation. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, so, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You know, the first thing I want to talk about, and it's something that you meant. You do mind if I stand here?
No.
Okay. The first thing that, one of the things you mentioned, I think one of the things that Dawn was going through with you is that, I guess she was pointing out like judge signatures, right?
Right.
And I guess for the purpose of letting the jury know that a judge looks at it and signs it. But what's really important about a search warrant is that the burden of proof that you need to get a search warrant is probable cause.
Correct.
Okay, and that probable cause would be way down here compared to beyond reasonable doubt. You'd agree with that?
Probable cause is probable cause. I can't put it on a meter.
Okay, but you know...
Reasonable suspicion is below if we're going to put it on a meter.
Sure, you got one thing below it, and then all the other burdens are above it.
Right.
Okay. So in the beyond reasonable, that's the highest burden.
Correct.
Okay, so when a judge or anybody looks at this, they're just looking at it based on whether or not you have that lower burden of probable cause.
If you have probable cause, correct.
And one of the things that you said was you said that it's important to you to make sure that sometimes you do investigations, you don't find anything wrong, right?
Right.
Okay, but those investigations would have started with a search warrant where you said you thought you were going to find something wrong, and then you ended up not finding anything wrong.
Not all investigations start or end with a search warrant.
But you have searched a search warrant before and then didn't get any evidence of any crime in your previous in any of your previous investigations you've done, not concerning this.
Are you going to show him an exhibit? Because I'd rather you do cross-examination from table.
Yes, sir. I can do that. I thought I might be referring to it back and forth, but I'll go sit down until I stand up.
My question was is that, in the past, you fill out a search warrant, you've gone, and I'm just not basing this on anything here, I'm basing this on your investigation experience that she talked about. But in the past, you've had a search warrant before, and you went and served the search warrant, and then didn't find any evidence of any wrongdoing.
That's not true.
You've never done
I personally have not served a search warrant and not found evidence.
How long have you been a ranger?
Over 11 years.
Okay. So how many search warrants do you think you served?
Gosh, I don't know. It's not a lot, but they're not something that you do all the time, every time. So
Would it be more than two?
I would be guessing.
Well, if it's not a lot, then it would seem to be a significant event in your career. So, right, serving a search warrant if you don't do it very often.
I can't give you a number because you're going to hold me to that. That's kind of tricky.
Well, I'll tell you this. One of the things I will not do is hold you to a specific number. I'm just asking for a estimate.
Okay. And I don't know.
Okay. All right. There was a few questions that she asked. I think you heard me say that I agree that there was a search warrant served and that you collected these documents, and then I guess we'll be talking about them throughout the trial, and we'll wrap it back up with you later. But one of the things that Dawn brought up with you is that you and Dawn have had a close working relationship for many years.
Yes.
All right. And so, because do you see a difference between the appearance of neutrality and actual neutrality? Do you see that there's a difference between those two things?
Of course.
Right. One's the appearance of it, not necessarily, and one's actually being a neutral party.
It's kind of subjective, but yes.
Just in general terms, that would be the difference between. Now, you could be neutral and also have the appearance of neutrality, but you can have the appearance of neutrality sometimes without actual neutrality. Would you agree with that?
Ask again, please.
So you can have the appearance of neutrality and actually be neutral, but you can also have the appearance of neutrality and not actually be neutral, but it looks like that you are. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. So in this situation, you said that you are, I guess, with the Texas Rangers, but you're assigned to San Antonio, is that right?
Yes.
And you do these kind of investigations for San Antonio.
Yes.
Do you have other people that do these kind of investigations in areas around San Antonio? That do your job just in different other states?
Yes, there are other rangers that do what we call public corruption investigations.
Right. And like, for instance, in Austin?
Yes.
Okay. Anywhere else around San Antonio that have other rangers that do that?
Yes.
Can you tell us right?
Every station, every company, I should say, that's how rangers are split up into companies. We'll have a specific guy that does. But, however, every ranger anywhere can pick up a public corruption case because of the way we are assigned them. We're asked to do them. We don't initiate them.
Right. So for instance, if the DA's office in Bexar County asked for a ranger to do an outside agency investigation, they could choose your department, the Department of Public Safety, and I guess the rangers beneath it, could choose to have anybody that is an agent, or I'm sorry, a ranger Freeman in their station to do that investigation.
I'm not sure I'm real clear on what you're asking me.
Okay. So I'm going to call these people Ranger Freemans.
Okay.
What I mean by that is people that do your job in different stations.
Okay, fine. Right.
As Texas Ranger. So we had the question of how many Ranger Freemans are there in the general area that you know of? Within 100 miles.
70 miles up in Austin, there's a unit that does public corruption. So
And how many Ranger Freemans?
there are 2 Ranger Freemans up there.
Okay. And then how many Ranger Freemans are in any other area that's around?
So there'd be 1 in every company. So there's going to be 6 that specifically do public corruption. There'd be like 6 Ranger Freemans out there.
Okay. So, and I guess my question is that, okay, so neutrality, and this is based on the question she was asking on direct. Neutrality in an investigation like this is important, right? But when the DA's office themselves initiated the investigation, the person who has the close relationship with the person who initiated the investigation was the Ranger Freeman that was assigned. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I was assigned, yes.
Right. And so you and Dawn, this is Brad and Dawn, y'all have had a working relationship for a long time.
Yes, sir.
And they could have assigned any other Ranger Freemans that don't have that kind of relationship with the people asking for the investigation.
No,
And
they wouldn't do that.
well, I thought that you had testified that they could do that. Any Ranger Freeman can work an investigation.
No, that deserves some explanation. The state has to be good stewards of your money. So they would not invite a Ranger Freeman from Houston to come to San Antonio for the appearance of neutrality.
Sure. And you used the example of Houston. But the question I asked you was somebody closer.
Same principle. Have to be good stewards of your tax dollars. It would not be cost effective to send rangers, because if that starts happening, rangers are going across the state without fail because of the request. The state has to control who gets these assignments. So it stays on a parochial level, which would be this Ranger Freeman.
Okay. But this Ranger Freeman is the Ranger Freeman that has a personal relationship with the investigating agency.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And so the gas mileage or expense of the Austin Ranger Freeman coming here, you would say, on balance, is worth more than actual neutrality, having somebody that doesn't have a relationship with that person.
I would argue that you would say that because you pay taxes also.
You could argue I would say that, but I will tell you that, especially in a situation like this,
I need to get this jury to lunch. Do you have much more about the exhibit that was marked and direct?
no, I just wanted to respond because he suggested that I would say that, so I wanted to tell him that.
Okay. After that, how much more do you have?
Probably 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
So you would argue that I would say that, but I'll tell you that it's more important for me that somebody who's neutral and doesn't have a personal relationship with that person is the one assigned. You said that you made an effort to be as fair as possible. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we'll have some more questions about that at a later time. I'll pass it.
No further questions.
I'm going to leave the exhibit with my court reporter. You are going to remain under the same instructions. We'll see you when you testify again. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to give you lunch break. It is 12:48 on my computer clock, so let's reconvene at 2 o'clock. Okay? Thank you. You remain under the same instructions.
All right, for the jury.
You want to get your next witness up here?
Your Honor,
Yeah, take your time. Okay, Freeman.
All rise for the jury.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. Call your next witness.
The state witness, Mcglammery. Good afternoon, Mr. Mcglammery. Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yeah, it's Kenneth Mcglammery, Mcglammery.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed by Bexar County for the parks. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director.
Can I talk a little bit about your background? How long have you been with Bexar County?
12 years.
And during that 12 years, were you always what you do now?
No, ma'am. First 5 or 6, I was with facilities maintenance and then with the parks. And I've been with the parks since then.
And prior to working for Bexar County, what did you do?
I was in the Air Force for 21 years.
And did you retire from the Air Force?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you were in the Air Force?
Civil engineering, Red Horse, construction.
Okay. And so, in your current job, how did you define your title?
My current job, I'm currently the Director of Parks and Recreation.
What does that entail?
We manage all of the parks and all of the facilities within them, the pavilions. We coordinate with security. We host events. We build playgrounds and maintain and update the parks.
How many Bexar County parks are there?
There are 14 parks,
How many are in Precinct 2?
only one.
And what is that called?
That's Rodriguez Park.
Who has jurisdiction over these parks?
As in who? Okay, the Code of Regulations states that the parks belong to the commissioners and that their designated representative, me, is who runs them.
Okay, and so how many commissioners are there?
There are 4 commissioners.
I'm going to show you a map that's marked States Exhibit 2. Kind of big. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a map of Precinct 2.
Okay, do you see where the parks is located on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you please point that out? Can you describe what you're pointing at?
It's Rodriguez Park. It's off of Old Highway 90, or Enrique M. I have a hard time saying it. 6030 Jerome Road is the technical address.
Okay. And so it's very south side
Yes.
of the precinct.
Yes.
Okay. And which commissioner is over precinct 2 at the present time?
Commissioner Justin Rodriguez.
I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 2.
Your Honor, may I post the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay.
6-2 is admitted.
I'm just going to leave the exhibit up here against the TV screen. Do you know approximately how big Rodriguez Park is?
It's about 38 acres.
Are you familiar with the facilities on it?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And what kind of facilities does Precinct 2 have? I mean, Rodriguez Park have?
We have 2 pavilions and with 2 kitchen areas. One, the pavilion 1 is a smaller pavilion that has a smaller detached kitchen barbecue area. It's about 75 feet from it. And then pavilion 2 is a larger pavilion that has built-in restrooms and a kitchen that is right next to it. And then within it we have 3 playgrounds, multiple picnic tables.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And just describe in general terms what that is.
That's the entrance to Rodriguez Park, the main entrance to Rodriguez Park.
State offers State's Exhibit 3.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Let me just show you all of them. This is the very one, and that's
No objection, please.
6-3 is admitted.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, that's the small pavilion, the pavilion 1 as we call it.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 5. What is that?
That is also another view of that same pavilion, pavilion 1.
Okay, and I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 6. What is that?
That is the same pavilion, just looking towards the barbecue area,
And how far in distance would you say it is between the two?
about 75 foot or so.
State offers State's Exhibit 5, 4, 5, and 6.
Your Honor, as reviewed, my note.
4, 5, and 6 are admitted.
So you mentioned a code. What is that code that you're talking about?
The the Code of Regulations is what governs how we operate Bexar County parks. It's a legal document that is approved by commissioners.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 57. What is that?
This is the Code of Regulations.
Okay. And is that an accurate copy?
This is the previous copy. We've since modified it since then.
But this was the copy that was in effect on April 21st of 2019?
Yes, this was.
Would you be considered the custodian of record of this document?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 57 into evidence. It's an 11-page document. Unless you would like me to ask him every single predicate question, I can.
Well, Your Honor, can I take my 3-4 diary?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Mcglammery, I just, on this code, one of the things you'd said is that this was in operation in 2019.
Yes, sir.
And then you subsequently replaced this with a new code.
Yes.
All right. When was that new code replaced?
It was 2020, I believe, 2021, somewhere around there.
Okay. And as far as being a custodian of records, you said you're director of the parks now. Were you the director of the parks in 2019?
I was the park manager. That was my title then.
Okay. Would you have still been considered the custodian of this record?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any objections to 57?
No objection.
States 57 is admitted.
So for clarification, this is an 11-page document. Within this document, does it set out the cost of the pavilions and the kitchens?
Yes, I believe it does.
Okay, how much would a pavilion one cost?
At Rodriguez Park,
Yes.
the standard rate is $30, with the commercial rate being $60. The commercial rate is charged if someone is making money doing this, having an event there.
Like a fundraiser or something like that?
A fundraiser, if it's a commercial type, say if you had a food truck and you parked your food truck there, then you would have to be charged a commercial rate.
I see.
If you were making, but if you as a private citizen rented it and your food truck was part of your event to cater to your event, then it would still be the private rate.
Oh, I see. And then what is kitchen one cost?
It's $45.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 58. What is that document?
This is what you get. This is our terms and conditions for any time that you rent a park. You get these terms and conditions that says kind of what the rules are to use the pavilion within the parks.
And was those in effect at the time of April of 2019?
Yes, they were.
State would offer State's Exhibit 58 into evidence.
Objection 58.
States 58 is admitted.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 59. What is that?
This is the updated code of regulations that we did.
And do you recall about when that was, that they
No.
were updated?
Early 2020, late 2019.
So at the time of this constable's tenure, would that have come into effect?
No, not this particular document, I believe.
So it was after.
Hold on just a minute. Let me- Yes, this is the updated version. This is for after.
Okay. And did you actually author this document?
Yes, I wrote a majority of that with the review by the DA's office here in the county.
And when you say DA's office, what does that mean?
District Attorney's Office,
Which division?
civil.
Is there a system in place where the public or the clients, as I've been referring to them, go and reserve those pavilions and kitchens?
Yes, we have a website that you go online, you create an account, and you pick the pavilion you want, provide the dates open, and you pay for it there online,
And how early can you make a reservation?
up to a year in advance.
1 year in advance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it common that that occurs?
Yes, very common.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State Exhibit 56, a 20-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is our record of who's rented the parks over a period of time.
And that information would have been gleaned from what system?
Our reservation system.
The one you were just speaking of?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like you to go to the first tab that's marked. So, well, first of all, let me start with the very beginning of the spreadsheet. What is the very first date on this spreadsheet?
The first date is 1 January 2017.
And then, can you go to the very last page for the last date?
Is July 28th, 2019.
And so this spreadsheet goes from the reservation starting from that date, ending with that date.
Yes, ma'am.
So this should be every reservation for Rodriguez Park for both pavilions and both kitchens.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so go to that first tab that I mentioned. Actually, state would offer states 56 in the evidence.
The objection to 56?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
States 56 is evident.
So I've just marked with a tab a particular entry. What date is that?
That is April 16th, 2017.
And who was the person who reserved?
Amado, not sure how to exactly say it, Reyes. Reyes.
And which facility that, well, would you call it a facility or pavilion did they rent?
Either or, it's Pavilion 1.
Pavilion 1, okay. And what date can you tell what date that they made that reservation?
Yes, they made it April 16th of 2016.
So that's roughly how much time before?
That's almost a year to the day.
Okay.
That is a year.
Could you go to the next tab? And the same with this line item, which pavilion?
Pavilion 1,
On what day?
the day it was reserved.
Yeah, what day was it reserved?
It was, the date the reservation was made was April 24th, 2017,
For what event date?
for April 1st, 2018.
And again, how much in advance was that?
Almost a year.
And then can you go to the very last, oh, who is the person who reserved
And
it?
it's Jesus Reyes.
And can you go to the last tab? And the same thing, the same information.
The reservation for this particular date was made on, make sure I have it correct.
Yes.
The reservation date was made April 27, 2018, for the use date of 21 April 2019, and it was made by Jesus Reyes Jr.
Which,
for Rodriguez Park Pavilion Number 1.
and again, how much time between the event and the registration was that?
Almost, it's about a year, right at a year.
Is it uncommon to see that sort of pattern for the public when they reserve things?
No, ma'am.
So, who decided how much a pavilion would be charged for and how much a kitchen would be charged, that fee? Who decided that fee?
That was set up in Commissioner's Court. The court the court approved that. Those fees were prior to my working in the parks. We have since updated them to get rid of we've rounded them up to the nearest dollar,
Okay.
but they were approved by Commissioner's Court.
And when the client goes online to register, is it at what point do they pay that fee?
They pay that fee to complete the transaction.
So while they're online?
Yes, ma'am, right there.
And they can do so in what method of payment?
We can prefer to take a credit card right there through the system, but they can come in and pay with check or money order or cash at our window on the third floor of the courthouse.
That's here downtown?
Yes, ma'am.
Right across the street?
Yes.
Is there an effort to keep those fees reasonably low?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
We serve quite a cross-section of people, and event space is very expensive, and we want to make sure that we provide a good area for a lot of people so they can have their events.
So when it comes to the pavilions and the kitchens, apart from the rest of the park facility, when is security needed?
The security standards are usually, it's 50 persons or more, one officer. If it's less than 50 persons and no alcohol is present, then there is not an officer required. And then it's for every 50 persons above the 50, another officer, unless the presence of alcohol. If when rented, they say, we're going to have alcohol, then you need to have at least one officer from zero to 50. And then it's an additional officer every 50 after that.
So if somebody goes online to register for Pavilion 1, for instance, Mr. Reyes, what would he glean from his reservation regarding security?
He would get notified that he would have to contact the constable's office and arrange security with them. They have access to the information that was on the reservation website. We would share that, and then based off of those numbers and what he told them, that they would set up security. If he said there was, we're having 25 people and no alcohol, then they should say no security is required. If it's over 50 persons or alcohol, the presence of alcohol, then security would be required.
Was there ever a time in the past 15 years prior to April of 2019 that security wasn't required?
I'm not aware. I think this has been, the Code of Regulations has been this for quite some time.
Okay. And how is it how do they know who to contact on the website? So when you said that they're on the website, they're notified to get security, how do they know who to contact to get security?
When after they complete their transaction, it says in there they agree to it. It has a number on there. Please contact this number and speak to this person regarding security. And that so we have so many repeat customers. A lot of people know. Plus, we also have a customer service line that if they have a question, they can ask us, and we will direct them to call this constable or this person to arrange it.
If a client such as Mr. Reyes has less than 50 people and he didn't anticipate alcohol when he made his reservation a year earlier, he would still be required to contact precinct?
We did say we suggest y'all contact the security, the constable's office, so they know what's going on within the park, just so that there isn't any there's clarification on what's going on.
Is it a condition of his reservation with the county parks that he do so?
I believe it is.
So how does that work if he doesn't contact them? Do you pull his reservation?
We had a working relationship with the constables. If we find out that he does have alcohol or something like that, we would call them, and then if he did, we say, "Excuse me, sir, ma'am, you have to have either security or have to get rid of the alcohol or reduce the number of persons." People generally were fairly compliant.
Okay. So when it comes to Rodriguez Park or any of the parks that you described within Bexar County, is there something different about Easter Sunday?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the differences. What is the main difference?
The main difference on Easter Sunday is kind of like the Super Bowl for the parks. It's a huge tradition in this area for everybody to go to the park on Easter. We generally have people lining up as early as 2, 3 a.m. to get into the parks. And the park is very full, and it's all day long.
So let's address Easter Sunday in 2018. Was there any program put into place through Commissioner's Court that assisted the public?
Yes.
And what was that?
In addition to the client reservations that have their own security, the security that they arrange for, we arranged to have security within the parks to help facilitate getting people in and out, making sure that we have ingress, egress for emergency services, things like that. Because it's very overwhelming for, we're a very lean park system. We don't have a whole lot of staff. And so we got additional officers that the county paid for to help make sure that everyone was safe and they got in there safely, and that no one was running behind the scenes and jumping the fence and going and trying to claim tables and, reducing the amount of chaos that was involved.
So what did the parks propose a plan, or did Commissioner's Court come up with a plan?
I developed a plan and then proposed that to Commissioner's Court, and they approved it.
So in 2018, what was that plan?
That plan is we were going to have X amount of officers at various parks. I don't recall exactly the times and the number of officers, but it was going to be coordinated through Mark Oliveris and the Harlandale Independent School District.
And so this is 2018. How did that get approved?
Through Commissioner's Court.
And what is it that they are approving?
They're approving the overall security plan that we would have 2 or 3 officers at this park, 2 or 3 officers at that park, and that the county would pay for them.
And I don't know if you recall, in 2018, what would have that hourly rate have been?
I think that was $35 an hour.
So how do you go about arranging for particular officers to work for the county in the park system?
It's a part-time thing. There's several ways you go about it. One, that you can ask directly to the precinct and say, hey, we have this event, this event, this event. Can you staff this many officers from this time to this time? If they can't, then we would have a fallback plan, which would usually be Mark Oliveris, and he has a pool of officers that work. Sometimes it'd even be the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. It's all dependent on who was a certified peace officer that wanted to work.
And you said Mark Oliveris. Who's Mark Oliveris?
He's an officer with the Harlandale Independent School District.
So, you say he has a pool of officers. Does that mean that he has a company and they work for him?
I don't know how it is arranged. I just know that there's a bunch of guys that like to work part-times, and he's the facilitator, so he reaches out to them.
He reaches out to them. And so when these officers were assigned to particular parks to work the security for the entire park in 2018 for Easter Sunday, how were they paid by the county?
We created a timesheet, and first of all, we created a timesheet, and then we had a schedule. And then in addition to the officer signing on it, park staff had to sign off on it saying that that officer was there. And then we bounced that off of our schedule, and then that was turned into the auditors for payment.
So these officers had a direct relationship with the county for purposes of providing security.
Yes.
So ultimately, at the end of Easter Sunday 2018, what happened? Was it a success?
I guess it was successful as far as that program.
Yes.
Nobody got hurt. It was a good day. It was a good day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So based on that, we moved to 2019. So April 21st of 2019, Easter Sunday. What was proposed ahead of that event?
Basically the same thing.
So who was in charge of coordinating the officers then?
I believe it was Mark Oliveris then.
Okay. Were the same aspects of the plan and program put into place?
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 62, 63, 64. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And just a general description of what are these?
These are emails between myself and Mark Oliveris asking if he can...
But don't go into the content,
Okay.
just that's good. So these are your emails?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit.
I would say no. Judge, we have no objection to 62 and 63, however, 64. 64 appears to be the same as 63, so we object to it. Keep moving.
Okay.
63 and 63, sorry, no.
Are you withdrawing 64? Are you withdrawing 64?
Actually, I'm remarking something else, the 64. But yes, I'm withdrawing that one. Do you want me to mark it a different number?
Yes, because once you show it to the witness, you reference it in the record and it's marked as a certain exhibit, it needs to be part of the record. So are we going to keep it 64 and then you just move on to something else? Or
The one that is not, that is duplicative, I'll just keep it as 64 and not move to admit.
okay. So 62 and 63 are admitted, 64 is not admitted. But since it was marked, make sure you give it to my court reporter.
Chairman, approach the court reporter.
So 63 and 62 were just submitted? So I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 62. What is that email about? First of all, let me ask you the date of it.
June 28, 2019.
And what is the
Oh,
subject?
I'm sorry. March 26, 2019.
So this is ahead of the Easter Sunday
This
event?
is for additional Easter security.
And is that sort of a text thread or is it a single text?
It's a thread. It's several of them on top of each other.
So it's going back and forth?
Yes.
Between you and whom?
Mark Oliveras.
And we've already established that Mark was coordinating the effort for covering security.
Yes.
So what were the content of the emails?
Basically, it was me asking if he could, can I read it?
Sure, but it would be, yeah, you can read it.
Okay. So can you give me a quote for additional security for Easter? This will be in addition to private reservation holder security.
Slow down.
I'm sorry. Can you give me a quote for additional security for Easter? This will be in addition to private reservation holder security, and these officers will be working for park staff to keep order for the influx of people and orderly exit of the park. I'll need 2 officers from 0700 to 1500 and 3 from 1400 to 2200.
And so this is directly related to the Rodriguez Park event?
Yes.
And further, what did it say? It goes back.
Okay, yes. It's okay, I'll get to working on it. And then he said the pay rate for holiday special event was $38 an hour.
And is that the rate that Commissioner's Court ultimately approved?
Yes, I believe so.
So I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 63. And what is the date of that email?
April 18th, 2019.
And what is the subject?
This is to make sure that the county's getting what it's paying for. And it says how the guys should certify the time cards and everything else to make sure that there's no, that only what worked is what gets paid.
So you just want to assure the person who was asked to work actually did the work so that they'll get paid by the county?
That is correct.
So it looks like you're just ironing out details?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 66, 67, and 68. What are those?
These are, that's where Constable Vela said that the...
No, wait. What is the document?
Oh, it's an email. It's an
Okay.
email.
So we're talking about State 66, that's an email,
Yes, ma'am.
and State 67,
That's an email also as well.
and State 68.
68 is another email.
Okay. And are all these related to the Easter Sunday for 2019?
This one is not.
What is, you're pointing to which one?
Exhibit 66.
Which one is, what is that? Why does it differ?
This is where we had a email from Susan Tristan.
No.
No.
Just, how does it,
This has to do with the park itself, the closing of the park for weather,
okay, but what year is this dated?
2018.
Okay. So this was before the Easter incident?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to move to offer State 67 and 68 and 66.
What's the objection?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, this email has a lot of attachments that Mr. Mcglammery didn't describe or talk about, so we're trying to go through, it's attached to a lot of documents.
Well,
Just trying to go through
until I
it.
admitted I didn't want to get into the context of the attachments.
No, but you have to have this evidence, so what's the objection?
Well, honestly, Your Honor, we haven't had it in this form. That's not how it was presented to us. And we're trying to make sure that the things that we see in this attachment match up to the things that we have. We don't know things. We're going to look through it. So I apologize, but if I can take a few more moments to look through it. Your Honor, we object to 66, 67, and 68, hearsay, without exception.
What is the exception?
Are you talking to me, Judge?
Yes, they were objected to hearsay. What, do you have an exception, or is it exempt? What is your response?
Ken Mcglammery is on this email.
We agree.
He's the custodian of these records, and he's also the,
So custodian of records only has to do with the
yes, but
authenticity. He's asking about hearsay. He's
he is,
objecting to hearsay.
he is CC'd on all of these emails. He is participating in the content. Additionally, 68, he's actually, all the attachments, these are his
He is the custodian of the record for all of these attachments, and this is his email.
What hearsay are you objecting to?
Your Honor, well, there's a conversation between this witness and another witness who does not fall under any exception or exemption of the hearsay. And the other witness is the person saying things and telling him things that is it's out of court statement. Regardless of whether it's a custodian of record, it's
I've
not.
addressed that already. I've moved on. I'm on hearsay, so.
Yes, Your Honor, so
So you don't dispute the authenticity. Your objection is to the hearsay with this other person, or
Yes, Your Honor.
multiple, more than one person.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. It doesn't fall under any exception or exemption.
Is there an exemption or exception to hearsay?
Your Honor, under State's Exhibit 67, Susan Tristan sends an email to Ken Mcglammery. He
That is
received,
hearsay. That is an out-of-court statement. It is hearsay.
it's his present sense impression of what the conversation was regarding.
That's not what your questioning developed. So if that's your answer, you need to develop that. At this point, it's sustained as to hearsay. So if you want to continue your questioning.
And for the record, was that all three exhibits?
Well, 68 is entirely different. This is the same as the other emails going back and forth between the security coordinator, Mark Olivares, and Ken. And these are Ken's attachments that are, as a custodian of records, he provided to Mark Olivares for the purpose of park security on East Street.
And anything Mr. Oliveira says is hearsay.
That's sustained as to Olivares. What else?
So this is Ken Mcglammery's email. with
So you can redact the hearsay, right? And if you just want Mr. Mcglammery's conversation part of it,
Okay.
that's allowable. It's his email. But any out-of-court statement is hearsay.
There really isn't, well, may I show this to you, Your Honor? There really isn't any text by the security coordinator. It's just, there isn't anything. There's no hearsay in here.
And then we would argue that Mr. Mcglammery's out-of-court statement is still hearsay. If he has said something out of court, which guards against self-serving hearsay and other things to say, oh, this is what I said back then, all of that's still hearsay.
I understand it's Mr. Mcglammery's statement, but it is hearsay, so you can testify to that. Sustained as to hearsay, that was 68, I think.
And 66, 67, and 68. Thank you.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State 69. Do you recognize those documents?
It's a W-9.
And just, yeah, flip through them. There's several documents in there. What is that document?
This is a a time record for Easter officer time record.
And what's the next document?
It's a vendor attorney request form from purchasing, or I'm sorry, the auditors.
And the next document?
Is our patrol schedule for 21st of April 2019.
And is that a 2-page?
Yes, it is.
Are you the custodian of these records?
Yes.
And were these records what was utilized in the Easter Sunday event?
Yes.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit 69.
Mr. Mcglammery, this is 69 is, sorry, a pinpoint.
No, you're fine.
Apologize. 69 is, you would agree, it's I don't know, what, about a dozen pages in it, give or take?
Yes.
So this W-9, that starts off, this would have been, I guess, something that the federal government provides. It's like a form. And then, are you saying that you were the custodian of this W-9?
That's what we gave to the officers.
Okay, so you gave it to them. And how did you access this W-9?
Just printed it off the computer.
Like the form site?
Yes.
Okay. The Easter officer time record, your name's on there. It looks like that's probably something you created.
I created that.
Got it. Vendor attorney request form, is that vendor/attorney?
That's from the auditor's office.
Okay. Now, the question that I have is on the Easter Sunday patrol schedule. It has different parks and different people's names.
Yes.
Were you responsible for assigning these names?
I requested the times and the number of officers, and then Mark Oliveras inputted the names.
Okay. And were you there when he did that?
No, but he provided that after he put it in there.
So this was a document that was provided to you, but you can't attest that this document was, I guess that these names are the correct names of the officers who went out there.
My staff will annotate those names when they come in on that record, on the time record that I created.
Understand, but with this record alone, without having that other record or whatever you're talking about, you can't say that these officers are actually the officers that showed up at the scene on this record alone.
Not on that record alone, no, sir.
And this was not a record that was created by you or your office.
No.
And this was not a record that you can testify that it was made at or near the time of the events, because you don't know when this was made.
It was made prior to Easter.
Okay. And the, is it, I guess, is this a record such as this, would you say that that's that this record is kept in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to objection
69 is admitted.
I'm going to hand that exhibit back to you, 69, and I'm going to ask you the purpose of each of those documents. The first one being the W-9. Is the first document a W-9?
Yes, the first one is a W-9.
And why is it that that was necessary for individuals, peace officers, to work security?
This was so that we could, that's how the auditors set it up, so we could make sure that they fill this out to get paid to the county.
Okay, and then go to the next document, part of that exhibit.
Is the instruction page for the W-9 or
No, just the
time record?
yes. What is the function of that?
This is so that that park, we know what park, what officer worked at that time, and that my park staff could attest that they worked at that time. And then that way we could make sure that there's no fraud for the county.
So that the person that is scheduled to worked and would be paid.
That is correct.
What is the next document, part of that exhibit?
That is the vendor attorney request form from the county auditor's office.
What is the function of that form?
That's so that whoever fills out the W-9, it's an auditor's form that they can get paid through the auditor's office.
And then the fourth part was the schedule?
Yes, ma'am.
So, did the combination of these forms that are provided to each officer that works create a relationship between that officer directly with the county?
Yes.
In essence, are they a contractor?
I think the way this was set up is that they were a contract for the county, or contractor for the county, because of that one vendor form.
So, I want to talk about the staff at Rodriguez Park during Easter Sunday, April 21st of 2019. Who actually was in charge directly for that park, on the ground, on the premises?
The park foreman at that time was Henry Guerrero.
And at that point in time, how long had Henry worked there?
Probably 18 years or so, 17, 18 years. He's recently retired, so I know it's been quite some time.
And as far as longevity working that particular county park, how long, do you know any idea how long he worked for that particular park?
At that park, I don't know. I would estimate it to be at least 10 years, if not longer.
So needless to say, he'd been there a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you have a function like Easter Sunday, do the staff work those events?
Yes, we do. Everybody works those events.
Do you recall how many people were assigned to work Rodriguez Park on a normal day?
A normal weekend, we generally have 2 people. There's 4 staff assigned to Rodriguez Park.
So, I'm sorry, you said
There's 4 staff assigned to Rodriguez Park.
that's the permanent staff?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of jobs do they do there?
Well, they maintain the park, they facilitate the events, they open and close, they clean the restrooms,
And you say maintain the park, what is involved in maintaining a park?
mowing, trimming, cutting trees, kept appearance, they paint, take out the trash, make sure it's inviting for the public.
And they handle repairs? And,
Yes, minor repairs. We have a maintenance shop that handles larger repairs.
I see. So, does it differ for an event like Easter Sunday on how many people would be there?
As far as our park patrons,
No, as far as your staff?
the staff, everybody is working on Easter Sunday, myself included.
And were you at any individual park?
I think for this particular year, I think I was up north at MacArthur or Raymond Russell.
And can your staff reach you at all times?
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you recall April 21st of 2019, Easter Sunday, that particular Easter Sunday?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would that particular one stand out in your mind?
There was an issue at Pavilion 1, Rodriguez Park.
And what was that issue?
The issue was that we had a reservation holder, Mr. Reyes, there, and another family come up and claimed that he had canceled, and later on the Reyes showed up, and we moved that other family to the barbecue pit, the kitchen area, to accommodate both.
And who was that other family?
I believe it was the Vela family.
Were you out there at the time that occurred?
Not at Rodriguez Park.
Were you being apprised of the situation?
Henry told me about it, yes, ma'am.
And did it pretty much resolve quickly to have both families placed in either the pavilion or the kitchen?
Yes, we try to accommodate the best we can. That's not the first time something like this had happened. Sometimes the old reservation system will allow for double bookings, but we kept an eye on that, and if something like that were to happen or several families would show up, we would try to accommodate them the best we could.
You talk about an old reservation system. At this time, was this the old reservation system?
Yes, ma'am.
So I handed you what was the reservation log. Was there a double booking in this particular instance?
No, there was not.
And so who was reserved for Pavilion 1?
The Reyes family.
Did the system reflect any kind of cancellation?
None.
So what is Henry Guerrero's title again?
Park foreman.
So that's to say he's in charge of all the rest of the staff there?
Yes, ma'am.
What is his access to the reservation system?
He didn't have access to the reservation system. What we would do is our administration would send the schedule out that weekend or for that weekend during the week. And if there were any discrepancies or issues, we would discuss it.
And based on your recollection of April 21st of 2019, there was no cancellation?
There was no cancellations.
Do you recall whether or not the reservation system reflected that kitchen 1 was reserved by her? I can show you that reservation. I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 56. If you could look to the 2019, which is the further in the back, and look at the reservation system based on kitchen 1.
There is a reservation for the barbecue place for Vela.
But you don't see any other reservation except for kitchen 1?
It's the barbecue, yeah, the barbecue kitchen for.
And that, when you describe the photograph of the smaller area next to Pavilion 1, that's what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what is at a kitchen area?
Say that again?
What is involved in a kitchen area? You call it a kitchen, but now you're calling it a barbecue. What is?
It's where we have a barbecue pit. It's a big barbecue pit, and I believe there's water there. It's just a separate area away from the main pavilion that you can use for food, for cooking.
So it's like an outdoor kitchen?
Yes, outdoor kitchen.
It is covered?
It's covered.
So is there any way that Mr. Guerrero would have been given any information prior to April 21st of 2019 that Mr. Reyes had canceled Pavilion 1?
If he had canceled, yes, he would have gotten the information prior to this day.
But in this case, there's no record of him receiving any sort of cancellation?
He did not cancel.
Does he have ability to change anything?
As far as the reservation,
Yes.
not once it's in place. If all that stuff has to be done, we have to call our customer service area and then make changes then.
So we know now that Mr. Reyes had Pavilion 1 and Constable Vela was there, but then she was moved to Kitchen 1.
She was moved to the kitchen area, yes.
And that's what's on the reservation system.
The reservation system, the Vela reservation was actually, because there wasn't one at the time, it was on the 23rd. To keep our record straight after the fact, we went and added that to keep a record of who was there.
So there did not exist a reservation at all
For the kitchen, not for the 21st of April.
And your reservation system, does it need to match up with the fees received?
Yes, we have to cashier these things.
And so did Constable Vela pay a fee for Kitchen 1?
Yes, I believe she did. $46.87.
So going back into the system and matching out the money that she paid for the kitchen she actually was a patron of is for purposes of keeping accurate business records.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Guerrero, when he is on site and this was occurring, was he the individual to receive the monies for Kitchen One's reservation from Constable Vela?
Yes, he would ask for a money order.
And is he limited in the times that he would be involved in being the receiver of money reservations?
Yes, it's not a practice we do, but we want to accommodate guests, and so we'll do it. It's not the rule, it's rather the exception. But it's Easter, so we try to accommodate everybody as best we can.
So on that log, is there a Pavilion 2 reservation?
Yes, there is.
And who is that reservation with?
Or for, or with.
Who is the patron who reserved Pavilion 2?
Miss Rita Fernandez.
And how much did she pay for that Pavilion 2?
For the pavilion, $254.41.
Is that a different type of pavilion?
Yes, ma'am, that pavilion's much larger.
Can you tell on the reservation system when she booked that?
Yes, I can. She made the reservation on the 26th of April, 2018.
I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. What type of document is this?
This is an email,
And what's the date of the email?
May 14th, 2019.
And without saying the name of the person, what is the category of person sending this email to you?
I believe she was a client, a customer, someone that had used one of our pavilions.
Okay.
Are you normally the one who would receive a lot of complaints?
Yes. Well, first they go to the our customer service line, but some people complain about things that there's no real resolution to, but when they're serious, then I would take them.
I'm going to move to the State's Exhibit 60.
Are we objecting to Exhibit 60, is hearsay? That's also irrelevant and goes to a Trainings Act. Anyway,
Can I see the exhibit, please? Sustained us to hearsay? Yes.
come to learn about any dissatisfied customers on April 21st of 2019?
Your Honor, we object to relevance.
Your Honor, in opening statement, he stated that the other patron at the pavilion had absolutely no issues. That is a misstatement and leaves the jury with a misimpression of the evidence.
What is your question? She hasn't finished asking the question. Let me hear the question, please.
Did you come to learn on about April 21st of 2019 about anybody who had a complaint
Within the park?
within the park, Rodriguez Park?
Yes,
Were there more than one people who had a complaint?
yes.
And who were those people?
I would have to look. I don't know. I don't know offhand.
Mr. Reyes being one of them?
Yes.
Do you recall if the complaint was related to a particular pavilion or kitchen?
Yes, I believe so.
What is your recollection?
That we had issues at Pavilion 1. We've had some issues at Pavilion 2 as well.
For Easter Sunday on April 21st of 2019?
Some before and some after.
Okay, but I'm talking about April 21st.
The April 21st, the Easter day, was basically Pavilion 1, the Reyes family.
I'm going to hand
That's why the objection is on the roll.
Yes, Your Honor, we agree that Mr. Reyes had a complaint. That's all they were trying to get out. We would withdraw the objection.
This is to State's Exhibit 60, which is the other patron.
On State's Exhibit 60, I sustained the objection to hearsay. So what are we talking about?
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 60. Could you look at the second and third page to refresh your memory? I'm not,
Refreshing his memory on a document that he did not create.
Yes, you can't do that. If it's not his document, he cannot recollect his memory.
is the second page and third page of this document park documents? County?
Yes.
So the
Yes, they are.
second page and the third page are Bexar County Park documents. Just the first page, which is the email, is not.
Yes, these are both park documents from our reservation system.
Okay. Are you the custodian of records of these two pages?
Yes.
Enter it's marked as State's Exhibit 70. Are you the custodian of these records?
Yes.
And just as a heading, what are these records?
This is a park reservation system confirmation. And then it is the receipt for payment for our reservation system.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit 70. marked as, oh, I withdraw that exhibit.
70?
Yes. Sometimes it's marked as exhibit 61. What is that?
This is an email that,
Don't talk about the content,
okay,
but just the subject matter.
that Henry sent to me,
Okay. And just what subject was,
telling me about the issue that Mr. Reyes had.
okay. And do you recall Henry relating any facts about receiving phone calls from Constable Vela related to the reservation and then what had occurred on April 21st of 2019?
Can you say that again? I'm not sure.
Do you recall Henry discussing with you about the incidents that occurred on April 21st of 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall him relating to you about any contact that Constable Vela made with him regarding that reservation for that morning?
Yes.
And as a result of that phone call, what was your impression as to what had occurred?
It sounded to me that the Reyes family showed up late for Easter.
Your Honor, we'll just object to hearsay about what Mr. Guerrero told Mr. Mcglammery about what was happening.
16?
Did Henry memorialize in an email to you the instance that occurred on Easter Sunday morning?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor. At some point in time after the April 21st, 2019 incident, did you meet with law enforcement? Any law enforcement agency?
After Easter?
Yes. Regarding the Easter incident?
Probably over the phone or via email.
Do you recall going to the FBI?
Going to the FBI?
Yes.
About?
About what had occurred on April 21st of 2019?
No, they later asked me.
Okay. And what did they ask you?
They asked me what had happened and for emails and things like that.
Oh, so it was done over the phone?
They talked to me on the phone and then they came to my office.
Oh, I see. So they did meet with you?
Yeah, I guess, they met with me, okay. I was just under the impression that you were talking about law enforcement like constables or Marco Oliveris or one of those.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, that's a global
Yes.
thing to me. So who came to your office to talk to you?
I was Brad Freeman and I believe Sandra Torres.
And who was Sandra Torres, if you recall?
Sandra Torres was the FBI agent.
Okay. And did you speak to them about the incident?
Yes, I did, to both of them.
And do you recall what you related to them in general? I know it's a long time ago.
That there were many things going on in the parks that, in addition to this,
But let's not go into
okay,
this.
that the Reyes family had the pavilion. They showed up late. The Vela family claimed that they had it, and the reservation did not show that. Park staff accommodated them and moved them over to the barbecue pavilion, and they paid for that. And then that's where then the issue of security came into question between the constable and the Reyes family.
So let's talk about that when it comes to, we talked about the county covering security for the entire park versus security for the pavilions and the kitchens. And we know from your description that when it comes to the pavilions and kitchens, you have to have security if you have 50 or more, and then it's incremented based on how many guests there will be, that will be how many officers work. But if there's alcohol, then you have to have security. So you describe that. So what is the difference between that type of security for the reserved pavilion and the security that was set up for Easter Sunday that the county was supposed to pay for?
For general reservations, we have security because sometimes not everybody can get along when alcohol's present, especially when there's birthday parties, say that, the ex-husband or ex-wife shows up. We want to make sure that there's peace there for not just that particular event, but for the whole park. So that's what the reservation security is for each pavilion. The security we had for Easter is just because we have so many people there that we do it to so that everybody can have a good time. We do allow drinking alcohol in Bexar County parks, so that towards the end of the day, some people, they do get more than they probably should, and it's unsafe for park staff to try to get some of these guys out, and it's a calming effect to have law enforcement there. So that's why we ask the officers to be there to help facilitate the ingress and egress of our clients and guests, and also should there be any type of emergency or any incident, they're tied in with the radio system. We can get help to whoever needs it real quick. It's for safety and security for the overall park.
And so I believe I already asked you this. There were supposed to be 4 officers for Rodriguez Park?
I think so. I would have to look back.
Okay. And that was finally established at $38 an hour.
Yes.
And that was for how long of a day?
I think that was an 8-hour day. I broke it up. I remember breaking it up to, we had some in the morning, and then there was a little bit of overlap in the afternoon. We need to have that because we want to make sure that people don't jump the gate, and then a little bit of overlap, do a little bit of shift change, and then towards the evening to help facilitate. Now, some officers will work that full time.
So some can choose to work all 8 hours, some can split it up.
Yes, ma'am. The park is technically open from 9 to 9 during part of the year. During that time of the year, it was open until 9 p.m.
So that, for lack of a better term, the Bexar County security coverage that day does not preclude the precinct from having security at the paid pavilions and kitchens.
That is correct.
They're two separate things.
They're two separate things. The Bexar County security that the parks paid for, the county paid for, is in addition to the pavilion reservation security.
Did your $38 an hour anticipate when a security officer was working a pavilion, a paid pavilion security job, were they also supposed to be collecting $38 an hour for working the whole general security?
General security meaning at the pavilion?
The Bexar County covered security, were they supposed to be doing both at the same time and getting 2 fees?
No. The client reservation pavilion, the pavilion reservation is paid, the security for that is paid for by the client. And the client, the officer is supposed to be there with at that pavilion. Now, I would expect if there was an issue that they would help out, but with other officers. But
sure, they're not going to ignore it.
But the Bexar County officers were for the whole park in general, roving around with their vehicles or on foot, just to keep general order.
So those 4 officers that were doing the general security should not have been the same officers working at the paid pavilion and kitchens?
That is correct.
Was it clear to each of the precincts that it was the only way for those officers to be paid for the general security was that they filled out those forms we described?
That is correct.
And was it made clear to them that in order to be paid, having filled out those forms, that those forms needed to go to that coordinator, Mark Oliveris?
Yes.
And if somebody didn't follow that procedure, would they be able to be paid for the general security coverage?
No, they would not.
Do you know whether or not that happened on April 21st of 2019?
For our side, the people that worked properly and filled out the proper forms, they did get paid.
Do you know if the officers that worked at Precinct 2 for Rodriguez Park that day, were they paid by the county?
I think they, from what I understand, they opted out, and they opted not to to work with them. They were asked, but they didn't want to.
And based on the fact that the county wanted to provide this at all the parks, was it permitted for them to opt out of the whole program?
If they wanted to, we weren't going to force anybody to work it.
And so ultimately, if an issue had arisen where the individuals at the precinct couldn't handle matters, that was not going to be something the county needed to worry about? Like, nobody was going to, let me rephrase. Coverage for security for Rodriguez Park on April 21st of 2019 was not being provided by the county.
No.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
We can give the jurors a 10-minute break. We're going to do the same instructions.
All right, the jury.
Mr. Goss is here with us.
Mr. Mcglammery, I kind of want to start about where you left off on the direct examination and talk about just kind of going back to the philosophy or the reason why. Like the reason why there's security, the reason why Bexar County Parks thinks that that's important. It sounds like from what you testified, in your experience, if parties get large enough, there can be problems.
Yes.
And that could be people being aggressive with each other, big fights starting, right?
It could be. It could lend to that.
Sure. Maybe there's like a rowdiness level or a loudness level that disturb other patrons in the park.
Could be.
So, and let's talk about the other patrons in the park. Who else would go to Rodriguez Park? I mean, because you're there. I mean, parks. It sounds like these parks have been in your life for a long time.
Yes.
Okay, so you're very familiar with the different parks and who goes there and all the things that are in the park.
Yes.
Okay, so Rodriguez Park. This is located in Precinct 2.
Yes, sir.
And I think you testified it's the only Bexar County park that's located within Precinct 2.
That is correct.
And so the people that go to the park and use the park are families, parents, and children.
Yes.
Friends who meet together to celebrate some life event or to celebrate some event at the park.
Yes.
And really, that's one of the things that we talked about is, I think you said that the parks belong to the commissioners, but I mean, really they belong to all of us who are citizens of Bexar County.
That is correct. Yes,
Right.
they're public parks.
Right, and it's for the public benefit and enjoyment.
Yes.
And I'll tell you, I appreciate the job that you do, because all of us enjoy these parks, and we're glad that people like you are maintaining them and take care of them. But when we talk about Rodriguez in particular, Precinct 2 at the time, and even now, the security is the purview of the constable of Precinct 2 for Rodriguez Park.
Not entirely, no.
Okay, but the constable for Precinct 2 is the person that was designated, especially at the time that Michelle was there, is the person that was designated to provide security for the pavilions and people who made reservations.
That person was designated by commissioners, not by commissioners court, but by the code of regulations.
Right, because, and I'm not saying that, yes, other agencies may provide security at different
Yes.
times, but when somebody makes a reservation for Pavilion 1 or Pavilion 2, they're told to contact, at that time, Susan Tristan.
That is correct, yes.
And the reason I differentiate that is because, Bexar County Sheriff's Officer, that's within Bexar County's jurisdiction.
That is correct.
But the Bexar County Sheriff's Office is not the point of contact for security. It was not then for Rodriguez Park.
For client reservations,
Sure.
Constable 2 was.
Absolutely. And if there was something that popped off somewhere else in the park, of course, any law enforcement officer that was near and had jurisdiction could go handle that.
That is correct. We would call 911 if needed.
Right. And so, and that might not even be the constable that's responding. It could be Bexar County Sheriff's. It could be San Antonio Police Department.
That is correct.
But it's important I guess that we establish this baseline that, and I'm talking about the time that Michelle was the constable, that Michelle had the authority to do the security and to coordinate the security for Pavilion 1, Pavilion 2, the reservations that happened at that park.
Yes.
And you do not dispute that she had that authority.
No.
And so let's talk about what you were saying at the end. You said, really, the reason that you have these rules for security is because what you found in your experience, and commissioners and everybody else who works and is concerned about what you do, have found that if alcohol is introduced at a party, that could cause problems that may need security.
Yes.
And if large groups are there, then security is necessary for the safety of them and everyone else in the park.
That is correct.
Including your employees who are at the park.
Yes.
You want a security officer there because you don't want somebody like Henry trying to walk up into a fight and trying to break it up.
That is correct. I want him to call 911.
Right.
Or call for help.
Sure. Because people can get hurt if they try to do that.
Yes.
And somebody like him, I know you said he's retired, but somebody like Henry or the other people that you have in your different parks, their safety is of top concern.
Yes.
And
should be the top concern of the constable office who's providing security at Rodriguez Park.
Should be.
Right, and should be the top concern of any other agency that has, I guess, jurisdiction to provide security for reservations at the other parks.
Yes.
Okay, and so you, as Mr. Mcglammery, do not ever have a problem with somebody with the authority of ensuring that the rules are being followed, make somebody follow the rules.
Say that again. I
Sure.
think I say that one more time, please.
Sure. So we've established that when Michelle was constable, she had the authority to make the patrons of the clients follow the rules at Rodriguez Park as far as security is concerned.
Yes.
And you don't have any problem with her doing that.
In the manner of which I do. I would, there was a kind of a, because there was, to give you an example, there's no glass allowed in the park. But so I would want all the officers to say, hey, you know, put the glass in your vehicle, pour it in a cup. Don't throw them out of the park for that, you know. Or if their dog is off a leash, tell them, hey, please put your dog on a leash. It's not hard-nosed, you know, downtown urban policing. It's a kinder, gentler policing form because it's a customer service thing. It's a hospitality thing. We want people to come back to the parks. It's a visitation thing.
Well, okay, and I think what you're talking about is your perception of what you think happened on Easter Sunday, because you weren't there. So
I wasn't there.
Right. So you agree that all you have is a perception in your mind that after talking with FBI and reading news reports and having meetings, I'm sure, with people at your work, you have a perception of what you think happened. But I'm just talking about in general. In general, you don't have an issue, and in fact you want, and I'm not talking just about Michelle, but you want anybody responsible for security to enforce the rules that Bexar County has created for people who rent pavilions or people who make those reservations.
Yes, I do.
Right. So if somebody is drinking at the park and they haven't gotten security provided for or paid for, you don't think that the answer to that is to say, well, don't worry about it, just drink and don't have security.
No, that is not the correct answer.
Right. And so I want to talk about, and that's, it's kind of common sense that if a person responsible for the safety of everybody at the park sees a rule being violated, it's common sense that they would enforce the rule because that's their job.
Yes.
Okay. So now I do want to go to Rodriguez Park. I want to go to Easter Sunday, 2019. So April 21st of 2019. First and foremost, one of the things that you said was that you interviewed with the FBI in June. And you may not have said June, but we've talked. And it's June 3rd, I think, was the day that they came to talk.
Okay.
So just having that date out there.
Excuse me.
At the time of April 21st, 2019, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
At that time,
I'm going to be publishing Exhibit 58 collection.
Hang on. Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. I just want to talk about how things existed at the time. Oh, I know this is small for...
Just hit the plus button.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. So this would be the, I guess, rules and regulations for Bexar County parks that existed at the time of April 21st, 2019.
The terms and conditions.
the terms and conditions. And what's important about terms and conditions is that this is what a person who makes a reservation is expected to read and to follow.
Yes.
And you believe that everybody who makes a reservation, it's their job, their duty, to follow the terms and conditions of the park or to know what they are.
Yes.
Okay. And so you can see here, I'll point at it, it says that
any organization using a county park or county civic center must contact the Bexar County Constable Security before planning their event and for pricing information and scheduling requirements. Is that what that says?
Yeah, yes.
And number 3, Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela / Susan Tristan, and the phone number is provided for Rodriguez Park.
That is correct.
Okay. So you would agree that the terms and conditions that people get whenever they reserve a park, on the first page gives them who they need to call
That is correct.
and tells them that they need to call them.
Yes.
So if somebody failed to call them, that would be a violation of what they've agreed to as part of their reservation.
Yes.
All right. And I want to focus on, I think it's maybe the 4th page of the document. I'll try to.
Mr. Goss, what document number is this?
58.
Did 58 get admitted? Okay.
58.
I checked before you published.
So I want to look at this page on 58. This is still all part of the terms and conditions, right? And this says, attention, all Bexar County Park reservations require that you call and make contact with the Bexar County Constable's Office immediately before or after making the reservation. They will notify you if your event requires an officer on duty during the function. If required, that would be an additional cost at the time of your event. And that's something that everyone under attention is informed of.
Yes.
And then there's some handwritten here. I'll just tell you, Mr. Mcglammery, this is written on the document as you provided it to us. So it seems like something that maybe has been added in and sent out.
I don't know what that says.
Okay. Yeah, I can. Let's see. They have, so I guess it's referring to the Bexar County Constable's Office. They have discretion depending on facts. 1, alcohol, 2, number of people.
Yes.
And that would be the same thing that we've talked about over and over. If there's more than 50 people, or if there's any number of people in a pavilion that is a reserved pavilion and there's alcohol, they have to have security.
That statement is based off of the Code of Regulations, the 1 to 50.
Okay, and so but that's so this is something that, and like I said, you may not know where this came from, so maybe or maybe not, this goes out to the customer, the client, but definitely this does.
That definitely does. The writing, that's not what we send out.
Okay, but anybody who is renting is responsible for knowing this. And then if we go back up and we see Rodriguez Park, on that same page, if there was a question, it says Rodriguez Park security contact Susan Tristan, and then it gives the phone number.
Yes.
Okay, and you know, because you dealt with her over the years, that Susan Tristan was a clerk at the Bexar County Constable Precinct 2 that dealt with Rodriguez Park security issues during this time period, 2018, 2019. Okay. Now, at the bottom. Because you were talking about heavy-handed tactics, or that you wouldn't expect that. However, what you do send out says if you fail to call them, that can result in a cancellation of your event.
Yeah, it says can result, but it doesn't say will result.
Sure, but it was important enough that you actually put it on the terms and conditions at that time, so that people know we are not. This is not fun and games. We're not playing with this. This is important that you call, because it's important that everybody is on the same page about the security of the park.
That is correct.
And that's why it's there.
This isn't a dog leash thing.
Right. So anybody who did not follow those directions, they would be in violation of the rules and regulations that you guys have sent out and you guys have created, that they need to be responsible.
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know that Mr. Reyes never called Susan?
I do not know that.
Okay. Well, the facts are going to show that she did. He never did. So he never actually made contact with Susan about his party. Did you know that Mr. Reyes was drinking? And his group was
I
drinking?
knew that he was drinking. There was alcohol present at that time.
Okay. And so?
After the fact.
Sure. You learned it after the fact. And so you've gone all these years about what happened there. But the way that you thought about it
you never actually knew that Mr. Reyes had first and foremost failed to do the very basic thing of calling the constable's office about his party. You didn't know.
I did not know that.
And so, once you learn this new information, it can put things in a different light about what happened that day. Because you would agree that based on your terms and conditions, once Michelle was at that park and saw that he was drinking, she could have kicked him out.
She could have, but that's generally is not what happens.
And that's not what she did she?
No.
She did not tell him he had to leave the park. Now, the other thing that y'all talked about a lot on the direct examination is that she was there because she believed that, well, you didn't say that she believed it, but that there was an issue about whether or not Pavilion 1 was canceled by Mr. Reyes, and Michelle wanted to use Pavilion 1 for her family.
Yes.
So you know the existence of that issue.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so if she really wanted to use the pavilion for her family, she could have used her authority that you have given her to kick those people straight out of the park and take over that pavilion, if she wanted to.
I don't know that she would actually have the authority to kick them out. I think that has to come from me per the code of regulations, because I'm supposed to be I'm running the parks for the commissioners. And then at that time, I would ask a constable to give them a criminal trespass warning.
You could,
I could.
but if she found a violation, this doesn't say that she doesn't have the authority. It says that if you do this wrong, you can be booted. Right? If you don't contact us, you can be booted.
If you don't contact us, your reservation can be canceled. It doesn't mean you can leave. You have to leave the park.
You would just have a canceled reservation.
You cancel reservation, and you could not have your event within that pavilion unless you reduced either your number of persons, or you put up the alcohol, or you arranged for security.
Right. And I would agree with that. But I just want to point out that if she's grabbed me for Pavilion 1, she didn't kick them out of Pavilion 1 that day, right? She let them have their party.
Yes.
And what she told them was, you can have the party, but because you're drinking, you have to have security. And that falls exactly under what you believe as well.
Yes.
And so, I mean, if there were any other constable in a jurisdiction, would you interpret that as the constable, as the person in the wrong? Would you say the constable is wrong for trying to enforce that rule?
No.
Okay. But when you went to talk to the FBI on June 3rd, it sounded like from what you testified to, that the way you presented to the FBI was that she had come in and like horned in on some guy's reservation, and she was in the wrong for what she did that day. And it seemed like, and maybe you can correct me, it seemed like that's what you felt, was that she was wrong.
I did, because the Reyes family didn't cancel their reservation, and she tried to use that pavilion. That's when my guys adjusted and put them over in the barbecue side. And so everything was good, but then the constable decided that those guys needed to pay for security at a higher rate. And most of the time, the rate is $35 an hour.
However, she has the ability to set those rates.
Yes.
And she had set those rates before. Her holiday rates at that time was $50 an hour. And you know that.
No, I don't know that.
Okay. Well, the evidence will prove that those rates were already set because her deputies had to leave their families. So they set a rate of $50 an hour. And if you don't want that, you can go to a different park, right? You can pay for security somewhere else. That's kind of the idea, because they have the power. They have the power to set the rates for their security for those pavilions.
I believe in the Code of Regulations it said $35 an hour.
But they set their rates, and you just said they have the power to do that, which they do.
Okay.
So, I want to go back to this thing. So, because we can talk about misunderstanding. So your understanding of this was that Jesus Reyes had not canceled, and so whatever Michelle had done was without any merit by saying that she believed that he had canceled.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't cancel.
Oh, I understand that. He didn't cancel, but, Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Who's Ronald Zepeda?
Ronald Zepeda is he's our customer service guy that answers the phone.
Okay. And Mr. Zepeda is somebody who you have had communications with.
Yes.
And you actually had a communication with Mr. Zepeda on July 1st of 2019.
Yes.
So you talked with the FBI on June 3rd.
I'm going to have to check the hearsay. That's probably the very same email I tried to get in, right?
It's not. But I haven't asked him to, first I haven't offered it. Second, I haven't asked him any questions about it.
Can I have one person speak at a time? What is the exhibit number?
Defense 1.
4 or 1?
Defense 1.
1.
So be,
Okay. What is the question that you're asking me? What is the question you're objecting to?
I'm objecting to hearsay. He's reading off the document, not in evidence yet. I haven't seen it. I don't know who authored it. I don't even know what the document is about.
All right. Let me overrule. Let them answer the question. Let me hear the question.
I think what I was saying is you had when she objected was you had a conversation with the FBI on June 3rd. And we'll both stipulate that that's the date that conversation you had with them was June 3rd. Now, this email that you're holding, you would agree that this is an email between you and Mr. Zepeda.
Yes.
You would agree this is an email that you received?
Yes.
Okay. And so what I'm showing you is an authentic document.
Yes.
All right. And it accurately conveys the information that was given to you by Mr. Zepeda.
Yes.
All right. And so I'm not asking to introduce, you can keep it there with you. I'm not asking to introduce the document. But what I'm saying is that you were told.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again because I received the very same objection that he could not refer to memory from that document because it contains hearsay.
I'm not asking him to refresh his memory.
He left it up there, and he's asking
What are you
questions.
asking him?
I'm about to ask him what he was told. This is different from my objection because in my objection she could not provide an exemption or an exception. I have an exemption.
Well, remove the exhibit. It hasn't been offered. He's not using it to refresh his recollection.
I didn't ask him to.
Well, remove it then.
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't leave exhibits on there that are not part of the evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. I wasn't arguing with you. I was saying with the state, I wasn't asking him to refresh his memory with the exhibit. What I'm asking you is you were told by Mr. Zepeda that Henry did mess up and cancel the event, told her that it was canceled.
What is your objection?
Hearsay.
Your Honor, if I can offer.
Sustained?
Your Honor, I'm not offering for the truth of the matter asserted.
Sustained.
I'm offering it for the effect on the
This is
listener.
the fourth time.
I
I
understand,
say
Your Honor.
sustained.
I understand. I have to put it on
You
the
can
record.
make your bill of exceptions at another time. That's not interrupting this time.
So I guess let me ask you this. At any time that you were dealing with this issue, did you actually go and look and see if the reservation the day before had been canceled?
The day before?
The Saturday.
No, I did not.
Okay. Because in fact, it was the Saturday reservation that had been canceled, wasn't it?
I don't know. I'd have to look.
Okay. I don't know where you'll find it, but it's your record, so I think you can.
Exhibit 56 is the log.
Yes, Your Honor. It is in evidence. I'm sorry.
Yes, that
That's
is
what I brought.
evidence. Can you say for the record what exhibit
Yes, Your Honor, it was exhibit 54. I'm sorry. Is it 54?
No, it's 56 is what's submitted.
I apologize. Exhibit 56, Your Honor.
And you're asking what was canceled the day prior?
The day prior.
I don't see any cancellations.
So your log doesn't reflect that there was a cancellation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there was a for Pavilion 1 on the 20th, there was a cancellation.
And that was the cancellation that Henry had confused and believed it was the Sunday.
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know that to be true.
I'm not asking.
Guys.
Hang on. If you hear the word objection, I want you to please stop talking so I can hear the objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not going to tell you guys how to lawyer, but you will respect my court reporter, and you will respect when I speak.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, objection is sustained.
I guess, I'll rephrase it. What I'm saying is that you understand that the 20th, which is the day before Easter, was canceled, based on your records.
Yes, there was an event that was canceled on the Saturday, the 20th, prior to Easter.
And your testimony is that you have no knowledge of any confusion that surrounded that cancellation.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
It was a different day.
So you have no knowledge of any confusion?
No.
All right. And for the purposes of impeachment, I will ask you, you were given an email that detailed that there was confusion and Henry was confused about the days.
On Easter Day.
Your Honor, objection? That would be improper impeachment?
That is sustained.
Could you please ask the jury to disregard that?
The jury will disregard the question, and if there is a response, the response.
Your Honor, may I press the witness?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you defense one again. You agree that this was an email that you received?
Yes.
And you agree that this email was received by you on 7/1 of 2019?
Can I read this?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, can we further identify this document, what it's relating to?
And this email was related to the fact that Henry confused the Rodriguez Park issue.
Let me read it.
He cannot refresh his memory with this document?
I'm not asking him to. I'm asking him to.
Hang on, didn't the witness testify that this is an email that he received?
It's an email he received, and he also sent along to somebody else.
This is his email that he received.
I tried to admit emails that he received and was not able to.
Because it was hearsay, it was sustained. This is for impeachment purposes. So number one, you give him a chance to read.
Yes, sir.
Number two, you can ask a question, but you can go sit down while he reads.
Yes, sir.
Just in order to accurately read it, I just need to be next to the document, but I will come back up.
If what your goal is to impeach him is you need to let him read it. Let him read it, and then you ask him the question.
Okay, yes, there was confusion.
Hang on,
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Mcglammery. Now ask him the question.
Okay, so you would testify that you had never had any knowledge that there was confusion about the fact that the day before it was canceled, but I guess the day before Easter was canceled. But you, in fact, you were informed of that.
Yes.
And you were informed that it was Henry's fault.
Yes.
Because he told her that it was the Easter that was canceled, and it wasn't. It was the day before.
Yes, he was thinking it was the day of Easter, yes.
So she had every right to think that it was canceled. You would agree with that?
Yes.
So if she had every right to think it was canceled and she showed up, all of that was happening right there at the park was a misunderstanding, right?
Possibly, yes.
And it doesn't show that she was trying to throw weight around. She was told it was canceled, and so she paid for her reservation herself to go and reserve it.
Yes, she paid for the reservation to use the barbecue area.
So when Mr. Reyes said it's not canceled and that got straightened out, she moved over to a different place with her family. Michelle,
That is correct.
does that change your opinion about what had happened, knowing that there was that confusion caused by your employee?
I didn't.
It's like you knew it, but you didn't know it.
Yeah, I knew it, but I didn't know it. We handle a lot of these.
Right, I understand. But you see how that can start a snowball of people thinking she's done something wrong when she's just doing what your employee has told her.
Yes.
And you agree with that. You agree that Henry made a mistake.
Yes, I agree that Henry made a mistake. I also agree that Henry helped accommodate the whole situation the best he could.
Honestly, I think Henry's a good guy. I know you do. And I'm not saying that. It made a mistake. But what happened is now Mr. Reyes thinks that she's trying to kick him out for no good reason. Right?
Yes.
But she had a good reason. She thought he would cancel because Henry told her that.
Correct.
Okay. So, when
Now, when we think about that, okay, so she's there at the park, and it's not disputed by anybody, and the prosecution mentioned in the opening statement, that party who had not contacted Susan Tristan and had not paid for security started drinking while Michelle was there present and watched them do it. Did you know that?
I knew that they had started drinking, and I knew that she was there, yes.
So normally the procedure, are you aware of the procedure, like how it would work? I know you're aware of your procedures, but were you aware of how, after you sent the reservations to the constable's office, are you aware of how they would collect the money?
Each constable did it a little bit different, but some would have them pay on site, and some would have them go to the office to pay.
And so if there's a situation, and I'm talking in your capacity as at the time parks manager, but even now as park supervisor, I think the head of the parks, director, sorry. But in that situation, where a person has not contacted the constables and they're violating the terms and conditions, you would agree that they, I think you said, that they have to stop drinking or pay for security, I guess, or leave altogether.
They either have to reduce the number of persons to be below the security threshold, stop drinking, or they cannot have their event.
Right. But if they want to continue drinking, they would need to pay for security.
They would need to pay for security.
And it would have to be gotten from them right there.
It would have to be gotten from them there, and then an officer would have to be available to do so.
So if Michelle said, look, you got to pay for security, and I need it right now, and he's got to go to the ATM and get it, that's something that he just would have to do if he wanted to continue drinking in the park, out in the park.
Yes.
So, were you aware that Mr. Reyes made a complaint to the news?
Yes.
Okay, and just in your capacity, that was something you needed to be aware of because the complaint involved the park that you were in charge of.
Yes.
And are you aware that the way that the complaint read in the news was nothing like Henry told her the wrong date and she thought that it was canceled because Henry told her so, and then this person's violating the rules and regulations and she enforced those rules? Are you aware that that's not how it was reported?
The news media, the news story came out prior to all the other information, I believe.
Sure. But you would agree that it colored the way you thought about the situation?
Possibly.
And so, ultimately, Mr. Reyes' complaint that he was made to pay for security, in your position, you would say that that would be an invalid complaint based upon the facts that we just talked about?
Yeah, it would be an invalid complaint because he needed to comply with the terms and conditions. I think the issue would have been that the security was not at work providing security.
So, sure. And what ended up happening is that she had to leave her family and then she had deputies leave their families on Easter to come and do this guy's security because he didn't do it before.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, that's why that happened. They're trying to stitch together something to make it work because he didn't follow the rules.
Objection, Your Honor. That's a very argument. Sustained.
So, I'm sorry if I got overexcited. I'm not mad at you.
You don't bother me.
So, I want to other than I guess after you received the email, did you ever go back to the FBI and say, hey, I think I got it wrong. I think that there was a misunderstanding?
No.
You remember doing that? Okay. And ultimately, you would agree that the reason for the rules, going back kind of where we started, the reason for the rules is because for you, park safety is paramount.
Yes, park safety and visitation and repeat customers.
And so those rules still remain. I guess if somebody makes a reservation,
they have to tell you, or tell the reservation board how many people they have in their party and whether or not they're drinking alcohol.
Now it's changed quite a bit.
Sure. Well, I'll just tell you, because I went and did like a dummy reservation to see what happens when you go through it. So you would agree that now there's actually a button that says, "Will alcohol be provided, or will you be drinking alcohol?"
Yes.
That didn't exist back then.
No, it did not.
If you were just told to call the person who was responsible for security, then I guess what you would have expected is they would have asked the question.
Yes.
So like in this case, Susan Tristan, who was that person for Rodriguez Park, they're directed to call Susan, and then Susan would say, are you guys going to be drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Right. And so the expectation would be, if somebody is at that park, that they have done those things to follow the rules and regulations, and told the truth about what they were doing, about how many people they had, and about whether or not they were drinking alcohol.
That is correct.
So anybody who's responsible for security out there sees people drinking and doesn't have security assigned, one assumption that can be made is that they did call and that they didn't tell the truth about what was happening.
Yes, they can make that assumption.
And so that would be a fair assumption for her to make, that, I'm not saying that Mr. Reyes lied or not, but it could be assumed that, hey, if he called Susan, he didn't tell her that they were drinking out here.
That is, yes, that's a common occurrence.
And yeah, and I was about to ask you, it's probably in other parks and other times. I bet you guys have run across that where they try to skirt the security, but then later on they get found out that, oh no, they were drinking alcohol.
Yes.
In those situations, is the money donated for them at the park right there?
Yes, it's a very similar situation. We say you have to, an officer has to be available to work it, and they either have to reduce the number of persons or get below or eliminate the alcohol to continue their event.
Thank you. Judge Alcassi.
Deborah? Yes. So when Mr. Goss asked you that the constable is the authority for security, that does not trump other laws and regulations in place, correct?
That's correct. It's the Code of Regulations is the authority.
And that does not mean that just because security is provided by Precinct 2, that if there are other laws in place governing where and when a peace officer can work, whether it be full-time or reserve, that Code of Regulations doesn't trump the other law of the state, does it?
We'll just object to the meeting.
As far as what?
The Code of Regulations for the parks doesn't trump the laws of the state of Texas.
No, ma'am.
Was there any public advertising or media given to the Commissioner's Court covering the cost for security for Easter? Was that put out to the public?
Only that the Commissioner's Court is a public record, it's an open meeting.
So
But other than that, there was no,
So it wasn't
we
like
didn't
put out as a
advertise.
public service message or anything like that?
no, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever had conversations during the time the constable was the constable regarding the best approach to deal with conflicts with the public at the parks?
Only a few emails, nothing verbal. There was a couple phone calls, but they weren't pertaining to this issue.
Did you ever discuss with Constable Bella that just because somebody has one or two beers doesn't necessarily mean that they have to have security? She can exercise discretion and be like, okay, it's just a beer or two, we won't worry about it?
I don't think I've ever said that.
What would your position be on that?
My position would be that if they're in the pavilion and they do have alcohol, they need to have an officer present or they need to get rid of the alcohol. If it's a small group, they can just forfeit the pavilion and go to a picnic table. We kind of say 6 or 8 people, but if they do get a little crazy, then we will call law enforcement to But provided if they're drinking and they're not causing a problem, we want them to enjoy themselves at the park with respect to other people.
So just because one beer is open, it's not mandated that the constable impose security on that?
That's an officer discretion call, but the code of regulation says the presence of alcohol.
Did Constable Vela ever contact you about what happened? Contact you directly about what happened on Easter?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about Henry, your employee, making a mistake or error on the cancellation?
I don't think so.
And wouldn't you be that person that should have that conversation?
Object deleted.
Would you, he works for you, Henry works for you?
Yes.
And so if Henry somehow made a mistake in his job, the person to come to discuss that behavior would be who?
That would be me. I'm in charge.
So we now know, based on everything we've discussed with you, that this became a big deal, April 21st of 2019.
Yes.
It was in the media. Wouldn't you think that something that caused Constable Vela such a situation where it put her in such a bad light that she would have addressed this issue with you?
Object to speculation.
Yes, I'll sustain.
Because this became such a media frenzy, frenzy. Does it surprise you that she didn't contact you directly?
Object to relevance as to whether it's surprising.
Sustain.
Let's just say you were never contacted by her.
I was never contacted by her.
And have you ever had any other complaints or situations such as this that were this public?
Not this public, no.
And with such a situation that was this public, wouldn't you, as the parks director, want to address that situation directly with the person that it affected?
Yes.
And that did not happen in this case, did it?
No, it did not.
No further questions.
Briefly, if you're on, regardless of who called you or who didn't, you know now, and I guess you knew then, but now you know that Henry made the mistake and told her that the wrong day was canceled.
Yes.
Okay. And that set a chain of events in motion, and misunderstandings in motion that led to the media and the complaint, the invalid complaint, and all that other stuff that was happening.
I don't know if that led to all of that. There was confusion, yeah, on some things, but the media had nothing to do with the parks. That was on Mr. Reyes' part.
Sure, but if Henry hadn't told her that she could have a pavilion on Easter Sunday, she would have done it with her family.
I don't know how that has anything to do with the media.
Well, that's why she was there, is because she made the reservation because Henry said it was canceled, so she was still in that reservation. Right.
Yes, but the confusion on the parks part didn't have anything to do with Mr. Reyes contacting the media.
Sure, but it had everything to do with Mr. Reyes believing that he was the victim of some sort of shakedown and the constable trying to kick him out of his reservation.
There's that speculation.
Yeah.
Sustain.
The public service message, I guess, so there wasn't anything that was given out to the public saying, hey, nobody has to pay for security if you rent a pavilion at the Bexar County Park.
No, that is not correct. Regardless of Easter or any other day, if you rent a pavilion, you have to either pay for security or meet the requirements for no security.
Right, and so there was nothing about this program that you're talking about with Officer Olivares and the commissioners and the security around the other parts of the park. There was nothing about that program that should have made anyone in the public feel like they were not supposed to follow the rules of the
No, that was for the order of the park, not for the actual reservation holders.
Pass.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please remember the rules and instructions that I gave you regarding the Wall Street. Thank you.
Are you next witness?
State calls Henry Guerrero to the stand. Which I'm going to adjust them. And, Your Honor, the same rules apply to me as far as being able to move about the well, approachable and the projector. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, you were previously sworn, right?
Yes,
I'm sorry,
Guerrero.
was it-
Guerrero.
Guerrero, I'm sorry. You were previously sworn, so you
Correct.
remain under that oath I gave you, okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Guerrero, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Say my last name first.
If you could spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Henry Guerrero. Last name is Guerrero.
Thank you. Thank you. And what do you do for a living?
I retired.
And where did you retire from?
Rodriguez Park,
Okay. And how long did you work at Rodriguez Park?
22 years.
22 years. And were you employed by the county?
Yes,
How long did you work for the county?
those 22 years.
Okay. And what were your job duties at Rodriguez Park?
The first 15 years was field maintenance worker, and then I got promoted to foreman.
And could you explain to the jury what a foreman is?
The foreman is the supervisor of the park. Try to work with the employees, what work tasks we have to do every day. And that's mowing, trimming, cleaning pavilions, keeping the park clean with the public.
And Rodriguez Park, is that located in Bexar County,
Yes, sir.
in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir. Here in San Antonio.
In Precinct 2 specifically?
Yes, sir.
And as a foreman for the parks and rec with Bexar County, are you in charge of assigning or canceling reservations?
No, sir.
Is that enough?
No, sir.
Do you have access to the reservation logs online or any server or anything like that?
On the middle of the week, on Wednesdays, usually get an email about my reservations.
And what does that email contain?
The name of the parties, who's using the Pavilion 1, Pavilion 2.
And is that given to you so that you're aware of who's going to be present at the park and what's going to be happening?
Yes.
And then is it your job to then contact other people that there's been a reservation cancellation?
I do that in order to not to find out if they're canceling is to see what time they're going to be there, to make sure an employee is there and make sure the pavilion is clean.
Okay. And, we approach real quick?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. So I'm coming up to the document projected. Right now, we're at the TV and we see State's Exhibit 3. What's State's Exhibit 3?
What is, what, please?
What's this photo of?
That's the entrance of the park.
Okay. And that's the Rodriguez Park?
Yes, sir.
And so now we see State's Exhibit number 4 on the projector on the TV. What do we see?
That's Pavilion 1.
Okay. And what's located at Pavilion 1?
There was 18 tables and a slab where we'd make a party or a little dance.
Okay. And then I'm showing you now.
It does have electricity on each pillar.
Okay, so you can plug something
Yes.
in for radio, music, things like
Only
that?
if it's reserved.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. What is State's Exhibit 5?
That's the same one, Pavilion.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 6?
That's also the same Pavilion.
Okay, and what are we looking out to? Is that the rest of the park?
That's the back of the park.
Okay.
That roof toward the back, it's considered a small kitchen.
Okay, and that small kitchen area,
Yes.
what's that name?
They just call it the kitchen. It got a name. It has a barbecue pit, 2 tables. It had a sink till it got stolen.
The sink got stolen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to leave up State's Exhibit number 6. April 21st of 2019, that was Easter Sunday. Is that a pretty busy time for the parks?
Every Easter is a busy day. That's the busiest day of the year.
And can you explain to the jury what you mean by busy?
The park is full of people coming, barbecue, picnic.
And on that day, in order to get one of these pavilions, how far in advance do you have to make a reservation?
These people that have been having it for the past quite a while, they do it right after Easter, the next Monday morning. They usually rent them a year ahead of time.
And did you know an individual by the name of Jesus Reyes?
I didn't at the time.
Do you know him now?
Yes.
And did you know a person by the name of Michelle Barrientes Vela?
Yes.
And who is that?
That was Constable Precinct 2.
Okay, so that was the elected constable of
Correct.
Precinct 2.
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I got a bad eyesight, so no, I can't read. It's blurry.
So, did you come into contact with the elected constable?
Judge, I'm sorry, we'll stipulate that she's present in court.
I thought it was her, but I wasn't too sure. My eyesight's a little blurry.
It's fine, we'll stipulate that that's her.
Mr. Guerrero, make sure you wait for a question, okay?
Yes.
Did you have many interactions with the elected constable?
No, only that Easter.
Okay. So you stated to the jury that you worked as a foreman and also at the park for 22 years.
Yes.
In those 22 years, there's been different elected constables aside from Michelle Barrientes Vela. Is that correct?
Yes.
Had you ever, in your prior experience of working Rodriguez Park, ever been in contact, whether that be by the phone or in person, with an elected constable?
No, I'm not really going to catch on to what you're really telling me.
So, the constable prior to Michelle Barrientes Vela was an individual by the name of Val Flores.
That was before her.
Yes, yes. Did you ever have a conversation, a phone conversation, or meet him in person?
Never had.
Okay. And the constable before Val Flores, did you ever meet him or talk to him on the phone?
No, the only time I was in contact with constables when I was a foreman. Other than that, I had no contact with them.
Okay. And so, April 20th, which is the day before Easter, so it's a Saturday, did you ever receive a phone call
Yes, I did.
from Michelle Barrientes Vela?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know it was Michelle Barrientes Vela?
She presented herself.
And what did she tell you?
That Pavilion 1 was canceled, and that they had canceled her, and can she use the pavilion for her family?
Okay.
I said, no problem, as long as you bring me a money order.
And so, just so that we're clear, and approach Judge, Pavilion 1 is the pavilion that has the, that we see in State's Exhibit 5 with the electricity hookup, and it's got the dance floor, and it's got the 18 tables. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is different from the kitchen one, which is seen in State's Exhibit 6, which is on the TV right now,
Right.
the one that got the sink stolen.
Right.
And so, it was actually Michelle Barrientes Vela herself that called you to, was that to your personal cell phone?
Yes. No, the county phone.
Oh,
Not
county.
county phone.
Okay, that called you to your county phone and told you that the reservation for Pavilion 1 was canceled and that she would like to use it.
Correct.
And was it your impression that the elected constable called you to tell you that the Pavilion 1 reservation was canceled for Easter Sunday?
She's the one that called me and told me that.
Okay. Did you go, did you have access to, and approach Judge? So I'm showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 56. That's a log of every reservation that was in effect at that time. Were you able, in your position as a foreman for the county, specifically with Rodriguez Park, were you able to go into a computer and confirm or not affirm that there was a cancellation on Easter Sunday?
Usually the emails are sent on Fridays if there's a cancellation. I didn't get no email saying it was canceled.
Okay. So you took Michelle Barrientes Vela,
Word.
the elected constable, a public servant, you took her word that it was canceled.
Right.
Okay. Then Easter Sunday is April 21st of 2019. Do you remember what you did that day?
Yes, I went to work.
Okay. And could you tell the jury what your day is like when you get up to go to work? Back when you were working for the county on April 21st of 2019.
My part is to, well, I'll get up, go to work, and try to sign my guys what they got to do, especially Easter. Make sure the park is clean, have everything ready for when people show up.
And what time do you get up to go to work that day?
At 6, I'll get to work at 7.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, excuse me. On Sunday, Easter Sundays, we'll be there by 6 in the morning. Because some people do Easter on Saturdays.
Okay. So you get up pretty early, you get to the park at 6 a.m., and you have a meeting with your guys and tell them what to expect.
Yes.
And so I'm going to direct your attention back to State's Exhibit number 6, which is on the screen. This is from inside Pavilion 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived at Rodriguez Park, did you have an encounter with Michelle Barrientes Vela?
At the time she showed up, yes.
And what happened when she showed up?
We discussed about her using the pavilion, which was, as I was assuming it was canceled. I went by what she told me. Like I said, our emails on sale on Fridays, they're going to be canceled. I didn't get no email on Friday. So at the time, I think everything was fine. She went and got a money order, brought it to me, and we went from there, and then didn't know till the people showed up to the pavilion, the ones that rented it.
And then what happened when Jesus Reyes and his family showed up later?
The people that rented it before,
Yes.
they got into saying that they never canceled. So my worker called me, one who got me from the office, and then I went and approached her, and they told me there was no cancellation, so I was going to have to let them use it because they never canceled. So I asked her, do you mind using the little kitchen? And she said yes. And so she went and made a money order for the little kitchen.
And so when you were told or you were approached that there was in fact not a cancellation by the people who had rented the Pavilion 1, you went and approached Michelle Barrientes Vela and told her what?
I told her that these people never canceled.
And what was her response to that?
I'm not too sure. I don't remember at the time.
Okay.
She didn't argue me or anything like that, but she just like, well, I could let you use the kitchen, and we went from there.
And then when she used the kitchen, what happened?
Well, that's when the people showed up to the Pavilion 1. We already discussed that, yes. Once you went to the pavilion, the little kitchen, it's time she was just waiting for her family.
Okay. What was she wearing that day?
The constable uniform.
And how do you know it was the constable's uniform?
Because she does controlling the park with.
You had seen that uniform before?
Yes.
So, Easter happens. Michelle and her party, they're moved over to another location, which is Kitchen 1.
Right.
And then the patrons who actually reserve the area, they get to use Pavilion 1.
1, yes.
Easter Sunday happens. Do you have another interaction with Michelle Barrientes Vela after that?
We had one, it's been a while back, but it was about the same pavilion, not the same people, but the pavilion, because usually our officers got to be there because if they're having alcohol, they got to be there. That one officer never showed up to Yak when it was 9 o'clock and no officers, so they couldn't have the party going.
Okay. Do you recall receiving a phone call from Michelle Barrientes Vela after Easter Sunday?
Don't remember.
Do you recall speaking with her over the phone about the reservation regarding Easter Sunday and April 20th of 2019?
No, sir.
If we were to play a phone call, would you be able to identify Michelle Barrientes Vela's voice
Yes.
and your voice?
Yes.
And approach those. showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 61. What's State's Exhibit 61?
What am I looking at? You want me to read the whole thing?
Do you recall, do you know what that is?
She called me Saturday to cancel Saturday. That the pavilion was
Hang
canceled.
on, sir. Can you just answer the question that he asked you, or just so you recognize the
Do you recall sending that email?
No.
Do you recall receiving a phone call from Michelle Barrientes Vela?
No, sir. Not after Easter.
Not after Easter, you don't recall that? Primary question? Yeah.
about a 10-minute break. We need to take care of some business outside your presence, so you remain under the same instruction.
All rise for the jury.
subject to some of the things we talked about. It'll be off record, but we'll put on record.
49A is conditionally admitted. You may publish it to the jury.
Thank you.
Hi, Henry, Constable Vela. How you doing today?
I'm good, yeah.
Doing good. Hey, I was here talking with my admin earlier. We were just going over a couple of things about the Rodriguez Park and stuff. And we're getting some feedback on the Easter event that I had talked to you about on Easter Sunday on the 21st, this past Easter. And the people that, remember that pavilion that you said on Pavilion 1 that they had canceled, so I rented it from you to,
Right.
yeah, to spend
They
because,
canceled it on Saturday.
okay, yeah, I see you had said Sunday, so that's why I went and got you the money order for, it was what, $107, and then I changed it down to 47.
So I'm stopping it at 1 minute on the timer. That's State's Exhibit 49A. That's been conditionally admitted. Could you tell the jury what we just heard?
What the cancellation on the Pavilion 1?
Or who are the two people speaking on that recording?
Guerrero and Michelle Vela?
And that's the same Michelle Vela that's in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you in that call?
She was asking me about the cancellation. The cancellation, yes, I did say about her renting it Sunday. She called me Saturday and told me that the pavilion was canceled. So I went by that. So the following day, she rented it, but then again, people showed up. I couldn't let her use it because the people never canceled.
So what she's telling you on this call, 49A, the one that the jury just heard, is that you told her that it was canceled on Sunday. Is that not true?
I've never told. She's the one who called me Saturday. Because when they got to hire an officer, they go to them, not to me. Not to them, but to her.
And I'm going to go back to playing it.
Yeah, but then I took that one back because I gave you the 47 for the small one, the one with the barbecue pit on it.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, so these people are saying that this Jesse Reyes apparently made a report to the sheriff's office saying that we kicked all the sheriff's guys out of the park. And then also that you had told them that I had said that I had rented the pavilion for my family and that they couldn't be there. And I was like, that's not what Henry said. At least not to me. So I was like, well, I'm sorry?
I never told him anything. The only thing that they were here in the office, when he was here, he said that he never canceled. Said, okay, I understand this. I told him I read it out to the officer. So that we're going to have to move you over. I mean, we're going to try to move you over.
Right.
Which we did to the little pit. But whatever he said, that I never said anything different. I told him, yeah, you could have pavilion, but I had to speak with the letter.
Right, yeah. You see, and that's what we were talking about. I'm like, no, I remember Henry coming up to me apologizing, hey, I made a mistake. You know, they actually did rent it, but I have the small pit one, the kitchen one for like 47 something if you want to get that one. So I said, yeah.
So right now we just heard a little more of this recording. I'm stopping it at 2:23, and the defendant, the former elected Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela, has said that you came up to her and you told her, I'm sorry that I told you that it was rented, or that it wasn't rented for Easter Sunday. Is that correct?
I never told her that it was rented. It's always been reserved. I never told her it was canceled. Like I said, she was the one that called me Saturday and told me it was canceled. So if it's canceled, then if you want to use it, it's fine. But I never told her that you could rent it.
Okay. And is that because when the emails come in for the reservations, then the cancellations, you don't get that the day before.
No, the last day of email for the pavilion reservation is Friday, which I never got notified.
I'm going to continue playing it, Judge.
And because we're only scheduled, me and Chief Castillo, to work from 7 to 1, and then we're going to be off the rest of the day. So I said, well, should I enjoy the day with my family, right? And then the other officers were going to do security from 4 to 10 for the whole park. Now, the pavilions are privately rented, so if they have alcohol or a huge amount of people, they have to pay for security. And that's why you guys, Parks and Recs, will send an email to my office with everybody that's already paid for the pavilions. So kind of the list that you get is the one, it's the one that we get too, so we know, hey, you got to call these people up for law enforcement security. And this is sent over by you guys from Parks and Recs. And so we were trying to clarify that, and apparently Mr. Reyes, the one who rented the pavilion that day, went and made a police report saying that basically we went and took the pavilion away from them, and that's not what happened. So I just wanted to clarify that with you.
No, I explained that with my boss, Mcglammery, at 30%.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And for the record, I'm stopping at 3:30.
Do you have more questions?
Yes, sir. That recording that we just heard, it's the one that the jury just heard. Did you make that recording?
Did I record that?
Right.
No.
Based on hearing that recording, do you believe that the defendant, Michelle Barrientes Vela, was attempting to get you to agree to a version of facts?
Your Honor, all of that's speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
She tried to convince me that I was the one. No, I didn't cancel it. I didn't make the decision of her using it. She told me Saturday it was canceled. I never knew nothing till that day that she told me. And then Sunday she shows up, and I took it as still canceled because they gotta go to security. When the people showed up, they never canceled.
And did you take her for her word on Saturday, the 20th, that the pavilion was canceled on Easter Sunday? And did you put some credibility into that statement because she happened to be the elected constable of Precinct 2?
I did tell her that you could rent it, but I'm not the one that gets the cancellation. I get them on Friday, but I never got nothing by Friday that it was canceled.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Guerrero, Judge, I'm sorry, may I cross-examine? Mr. Guerrero, my name's Jason Goss, and we met outside
Yes, sir.
a little bit for a second, but we haven't really talked before. I want to start by going over the procedures. And actually, Jeff, if you notice something.
Sorry, I'll set up an easel if you don't mind. Thank you.
I'm feeling better. Judge, do you mind if I stick this on the wall for the monitor?
Okay, everybody see. I'm sorry, Ms. Guerrero, I might have to turn you around, but what I want to talk about is, based on your testimony with the prosecutor, is you said that I'm going to write Rodriguez Park on the top because that's where you worked for 20 years.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that every Friday you would get an email that would tell you about the cancellations.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, Mr. Guerrero, that email would also include not just the cancellations, but also who was still had their reservations.
Yes.
And so that Friday, the email would be for the next Saturday and Sunday, the weekend?
No, today's Friday. If anything will cancel this weekend, it'll be for this weekend.
Okay, so like today I think we're Tuesday.
Tuesday.
So if we were like Friday of this week and you were still working and doing that, you would get an email on Friday saying for the Saturday and the Sunday.
It will be canceled if they cancel.
Okay. Okay. And so what your testimony was is that your testimony was that Michelle called you Saturday before Easter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so we've talked about that Easter Sunday was April 21st of 2019.
Right.
Okay? So Saturday would be April 20th of 2019.
Yes.
Okay, the day before. And you said before that you hadn't had any communication with her about it.
Only on that weekend. And then while hearing the recording, I don't know, that was Monday. I thought it says on the 14th. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The paper says the 14th.
Sure. And so I'll just tell you that recording was made after Easter. Yeah, it was like sometime after Easter. Sure. But what we're talking about is, Easter Sunday that year was April 21st,
Right.
2019. Now, you said Michelle called you Saturday, April 20th of 2019, the day before.
Right.
Now, you would have gotten, if we're talking about that Easter Sunday, you would have gotten cancellations on Friday.
Correct.
That's when you would have gotten emails about the cancellations.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to write Friday. Underneath it, I'm going to write 4/19. 19, because the Friday, if Sunday was 4/21 and Saturday was 4/20, Friday would have been 4/19.
Yes.
And that's the day you would have gotten that email.
Yes.
Now, we just heard from Ken Mcglammery. Who is he to you?
That's my supervisor.
Okay. And he just testified that, in fact, Pavilion 1 which was the pavilion
Right.
that we're talking about here. In fact, Pavilion 1 had been canceled on Saturday, 4/20. So there was a cancellation, and that's what he said. He looked at the records, actually these records you got in front of you, and it showed that on 4/20, let's see if I can find it.
It was on next page.
Oh, have you seen it?
Or,
I think that's 17, so let's go to, I think the 19s are down there.
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Yeah, let's,
Just American report.
no, you're fine, you're doing a great job. Okay. So, okay, so 4,
Do you want this on the record? Because I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Judge. So 4/21 of 2019, that shows that Pavilion 1 was paid for by Jesus Reyes,
Right.
right? And so that's what you've been talking about. You said, I didn't get any cancellation.
He was never canceled.
He was never canceled. Right, but let's go back to 4/20. And this is what Mr. Mcglammery showed us. At 4/20, Veronica Leyva, family gathering, and what does that word say?
Canceled.
Canceled.
For Pavilion 1 on a Friday.
Well, 4/20 would have been the Saturday, right? Because 4/20 was Saturday,
Yes.
4/19 was Friday,
Friday.
and then 4/21 was Easter Sunday.
Yeah, but if you see the name, that's for Friday Pavilion 1.
Well, if you look at Veronica Leyva, what is that date right there?
4/20.
All right.
It's Saturday.
Okay. Okay. But
That was canceled Saturday, yes.
so the Saturday day was canceled.
Saturday was canceled, not Sunday.
I understand. And you got the email on Friday about that. That's when you would have gotten your Friday email
I'll get you to get that, yes, sir.
about the fact that the pavilion would have been canceled on Saturday.
Saturday, not Sunday.
Understood. Understood. I think everybody's agreed that it wasn't actually canceled. But the question that we have is, or the question I have now is, you said Michelle called you Saturday, and she's the one that told you that Sunday Pavilion 1 was canceled.
Right.
Okay. And you said that you had not spoken to her about that before that time.
I only spoke to her on Saturday. But Saturday, I didn't know it was canceled till they told me. For Saturday.
I understand. And, Your Honor, I'm sorry to break, I apologize to the state, but as I was putting the marker up, I made a mark on the first page. It's an exhibit in evidence. I just wanted them to know. Okay, yes, I understand. And so, Mr. Guerrero, what I want to talk to you about, though, is, and I just want to get this clear. Michelle called you Saturday, is what you're saying.
Yes.
And you're saying she told you that Sunday Pavilion 1 was canceled.
Right.
Okay. And you're saying you never had a conversation with her about that before.
No.
Okay. And you're saying that you never told her that it was canceled.
No, sir.
She was the one that told you. All right. So Michelle called you Saturday. No other communication. Before that. Okay. When you talked, I guess when you talked to Michelle, or when you communicated with her, did you use the county phone that you had?
Yes, because that's the only phone I had.
Okay. It's the only phone that you had at the time. Can I press witness with exhibit? Okay, Mr. Guerrero. I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 2. You see that phone number there?
That's the one I was carrying.
That's your phone number.
Yes.
Right. You see the date on Exhibit 2?
On the 19th.
4/19.
Are you on the record?
Yes, I'm sorry. Was it, you couldn't hear?
I couldn't.
I said, do you see the phone number that's on the exhibit? I'm proving up the exhibit as an exhibit that belongs to him, and I'm seeing if he recognizes it with the phone number. He said it was his phone number.
But you're talking about content, and I would prefer to see it before you give information in that document before it's been admitted.
I understand. I'm not talking about contents necessarily yet. I'm just asking if he recognizes the phone number on there.
Okay, and you did, and he said yes, and so kept going though.
Sure. And you recognize the date on there?
Yes.
Okay. 4/19.
Actually, it's 4/19.
Right. And now you want to see it first? Defense 2. Yes. So, just to show you, you recognize that as your phone number,
Yes, sir.
and so you recognize that as a message that you sent, and you identified yourself in the message.
That wasn't that day. I didn't call and give her this information. When I gave her the information was on that Saturday. When she called me Saturday, I gave her the information. That could have been typed up.
This could have been typed up. Well, I'll tell you that they gave it to me.
Oh, wow. I mean, I remember that. That information I give to her the phone.
Mr. Gallegos, whenever somebody says objection, just pause and then let me address it.
Sorry.
And then I'll instruct you further.
But I guess my point is right now.
What's your objection?
Sidebar. Relevance.
Sidebar is
This
sustained.
defendant, this witness can't authenticate this document.
Well, I don't think we're there yet, but can you go ahead and ask your questions that you're trying to accomplish with this witness and that document?
Yes, Your Honor. Really, at this moment, you would agree that the information that is contained on here that's from your phone number. That was your county phone that you had.
Yeah, but that was on Saturday.
Okay, so you're disagreeing with the date.
Could be a wrong date, but I knew it was Saturday.
Okay, you don't think you could be mistaken?
I could be. I'm human.
Sure. And the reason that you've, I guess, reacted to this exhibit the way you have is because you know that this exhibit shows that you actually told her
Objection, argumentative.
that it was canceled.
Yeah, but for that person that says it on the paper, it's canceled, not for her.
I understand, but you gave her the pricing of what it would cost her.
On the phone Saturday.
But you would agree that this is showing that it was actually Friday.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I did, but I think I told her on Saturday, not Friday.
I know, but you have a document in front of you that's showing it Friday. Is that, you would agree with that?
No.
Objection, asking him to testify from the document, not answering his evidence.
That's sustained.
All right, Your Honor, at this time we offer Defendant's Exhibit 2. Which I've already tendered to opposing counsel.
Yeah, I saw it, Judge. State objects. Can't authenticate this document.
Your Honor, from his phone number, it's his information. He said that he said it. He was disagreeing on which date he said it. That's weight not admissibility. So that would be something that they can either argue. This is what was provided to me in discovery, and they can stipulate it's not been altered. I haven't altered it.
It also contains hearsay with interest.
Please see the document.
As Your Honor notes from the testimony. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
So,
Well, I guess you remember the statement we made.
you can question further.
Mr. Guerrero, when we talked about it, I know that you disputed the date, but you don't dispute that you sent that message.
I gave her this information the day she called me. They told me that the pavilion was canceled Sunday, so I gave her the information of the pavilion in order for her to rent it.
I understand, but what I'm saying is, and so try to just answer my question directly. This is you typing these words
No,
out
sir.
to her.
I didn't type nothing.
This is you on your cell phone texting
Right.
this out to
I
her.
didn't text nothing. I don't text to her.
Did somebody else say, this is Henry Rodriguez Park?
Objection, read from the document, answer, etc.
Well, let me ask you
That is
this.
his name. Don't read from it.
Let me ask you this. Were you the foreman at Rodriguez Park at the
Yes,
time?
sir.
Okay. And is your
But
name?
that could have been, I gave her the conversation.
I don't
I didn't
understand.
send an email. You could go get my county phone and go back on it. It shows you everything.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that do you agree that you were, at the time this happened, that you were the foreman at Rodriguez Park?
About this information is correct, but me sending it to her through email or anything, no.
What I'm saying is, that wasn't my question. Do you agree that at this time that you were the foreman of Rodriguez Park?
Yes.
That was your job title?
Yes, sir.
And your name is Henry?
Yes, sir.
And the message says this is Henry, foreman at Rodriguez
Right.
Park? Okay. So are you saying or stating to this court that even though it says that and it came from your phone and it's talking about the prices, that you didn't send it?
I spoke to her. I didn't send her email.
Could you be mistaken?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled. You can answer. You can answer.
Could you be mistaken?
I could be, but I'm telling you the truth that I spoke to her. I never sent that. I never sent it on an email.
Could it be that you don't remember sending it?
No.
You know that you had never sent a text message like that?
No, sir.
Did you allow anyone else to access your phone?
No, sir. No, my
Did-
phone was to me all the time.
Would anybody else access your phone to text out pavilion prices and availability dates?
Not off my phone.
So nobody could have done that
No,
but
sir.
you. And so what I'm saying is you're confronted with the fact that it exists, but you're just denying that it exists.
I'm denying that I didn't send that.
Could anyone else have sent that from your
No,
phone?
sir.
Objection has been answered.
Well,
Overruled. Do you have any other questions?
well, Your Honor, at this point, this goes to the weight and not the admissibility. The document has been the document has been verified as coming from his phone number, and it has within the text it shows who it came from. He has testified that no one else could have had his phone. There could be nobody else that could have sent this message. So just because a witness refuses to acknowledge they sent it, the law doesn't say, okay, that blocks justice from her being able to say that there was actually a text message from him before, and he's testified for the last hour that she called him on Saturday.
What is the best evidence of this record?
The best evidence of this record would be, in my opinion, an actual extraction.
Was there an extraction
Of
conducted?
his phone?
Yes.
Not his phone, but of hers.
So this is an extraction of her phone.
It would, if that is a document that comes from anyone's phone, it would come from her phone. Yes.
But it was provided to us in discovery by them.
Okay.
So then the proper authentication would be, in order to get that document, would be through an extraction.
Your Honor, that is, if that is the case, we would be welcome. We would welcome to just hold him and keep him until we get the phone extraction in our case, and she could then call him back at that point. Once we get the extraction person to do that, if that's how we want to do that, we just ask for him to just be held for recall and do that.
We can do that.
Okay.
Any other questions of Mr. Guerrero?
No, Your Honor, we'll pass it.
Redirects?
No, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Guerrero, you're going to have to come back. I'm not going to excuse you yet because they're going to call you again to try to clarify the situation.
What date? They're gonna email me for.
Who's in touch with him? State you're in touch with him?
Yes, Judge.
I'm going to task you with communicating to him when he's leaving.
Yes.
Okay, so my order still stands. You can't communicate with anyone about this case. You're still a witness. You can't watch the live stream. You can't watch the news. Nothing that has to do with this case, okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you,
But
Mr. Guerrero.
I'll get an email saying
Yes.
when I'll come back.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I preserve demonstrative maintenance defense demonstrative 1?
Make it 3, defense 3.
Oh, as an exhibit?
Yes.
Defense 3. Yeah. Just, seriously. Mark it. You can
All right, we're going to conclude for today. That will conclude today's presentation of the evidence. We're going to resume at 9 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. We're going to resume at 9, remain under the same instruction. Please be safe getting home. The good thing is you're going to avoid traffic now because it's closer to 6. So thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
All right, for the jury, when are you going to go, folks?